Today's environment, driving efficiencies is important to help advertisers achieve their marketing objectives. When choosing the right ad tech solutions to help plan, activate, and measure programmatic campaigns, advertisers are empowered to make better value-driven decisions. Amazon DSP is an omnichannel demand-side platform that enables all advertisers, agencies, and tool providers to achieve campaign objectives at global scale. With Amazon DSP, advertisers have access to unique audience signals across browsing, shopping, and streaming for qualified reach on exclusive owned and operated properties and premium third-party supply. And with our robust media planning and measurement solutions, brands can build objective-driven plans and understand holistic performance across each step of the shopping journey. Our vision for the future is to continue to accelerate AI-driven decision-making across the internet based on a wide range of signals to deliver the results advertisers expect from Amazon Ads. Reach out to your Amazon Ads account executive to learn more and get started.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the third edition of Exchange for Media's Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference, which is, of course, going to be then followed by the Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Awards 2024. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed an honor to welcome each and every one of you who's taken out their valuable time and, of course, join us on this wonderful morning. But before we begin, can I urge all of you to give yourselves a big round of applause, get some energy in the room, let's have some more enthusiasm from each and every one of you, and of course, a bigger and a mighty round of applause for the team of Exchange for Media for curating this wonderful edition for all of us. So ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's conference is Digital and Programmatic Everywhere, the Omnichannel Revolution. In today's digital landscape, marketers can do more than ever before. With powerful tools at their disposal, a plethora of media channels, and of course, comprehensive data sets, the challenge now stands is how does one stand out in a crowded field? Well, I feel programmatic advertising does thereby promise the same. Better targeting, greater reach, and of course, real-time optimization that has never been bigger than this. It's an industry which is filled with impact, relevance, and discrepancies. So ladies and gentlemen, today we're looking at addressing this and much more with a set of lineup of great speakers ahead for you. The Exchange for Media Group, however, organizes more than 25 large format events. It's a very small number, which I'm saying on stage. Of course, they do a lot more annually, but we're talking about the large format events. They're clearly focused on adding to the effectiveness of brand, marketers, and various media platforms by the way of debate or discussions at conferences, felicitating the best from the fields at our gala award evenings. The conference today will be spread across panel discussions, fireside chat, and standalone sessions, followed by the Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Awards 2024, where we look at celebrating excellence in this field. But before we proceed, I know a lot of us are on social media, and creating that buzz online is extremely important. So we request and urge all of you, during the course of your time, to hashtag e4m real-time as one word. But before we get started, I would like to take the opportunity of thanking our partners for today. Well, no event would have been possible without the support of these partners. Our powered by partner, Mob Avenue, your growth partner, and Amazon Ads drive reach that matters. Amazon Ad has billions of shopping, streaming, and browsing signals to help connect your brand with the right customers at the right time in brand-safe placements. Our gold partner being Lemma, Omnichannel platform for emerging media, and PhonePe ads. And our technology partner being Hybrid, a full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, to get to know a little bit more about our partners, it's time for me to cue in for the partner audiovisuals and presentations. Eyes on the screen.
In today's environment, driving efficiencies is important help advertisers achieve their marketing objectives. When choosing the right ad tech solutions to help plan, activate, and measure programmatic campaigns, advertisers are empowered to make better value-driven decisions. Amazon DSP is an omnichannel demand-side platform that enables all advertisers, agencies, and tool providers to achieve campaign objectives at global scale. With Amazon DSP, advertisers have access to unique audience signals across browsing, shopping, and streaming for qualified reach on exclusive owned and operated properties and premium third-party supply. And with our robust media planning and measurement solutions, brands can build objective-driven plans and understand holistic performance across each step of the shopping journey. Our vision for the future is to continue to accelerate AI-driven decision-making across the internet based on a wide range of signals to deliver the results advertisers expect from Amazon Ads. Reach out to Amazon Ads account executive to learn more and get started.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual marketing suite with a multi-format approach. Hybe. In-house programmatic solution for mobile developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation. Advertisers are facing really challenging times. Users are currently overloaded with the amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads. Are you looking for effective ways to win users' attention? Let Vox help. Our platform is based on contextual targeting across various inventory, using AI-based stack of technologies, computer vision, Semantica 360 and SmartScore. AI helps to analyze mobile apps, recognize 15K plus types of objects in graphics, texts, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach including in-image, rich media, custom mobile formats along with standard banners, video and native ads. Predictive analytics approach behind format allocation maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention. Vox, powered by AI, guided by humans. Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV sync. Synchronized TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, to encourage all our partners who onboarded with us on this edition, let's give them a warmer round of applause for lending their support. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, a very warm welcome once again. And now for the welcome address, it is indeed my honor to call upon none other than Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder of Exchange for Media Group, to kindly join us on stage. Let's give him a warmer round of applause.
Thank you, Bhavna, and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here for the third edition of the e4m real-time conference. Digital and the growth of technology has been all around us in the last decade or so. Large platforms like Google, Facebook, and so on have created an ecosystem of interesting consumer reach out mechanisms. As per some of the reports we published early this year, one with Medicine Advertising, other with Dentsu, digital advertising is already almost 60% of the entire advertising ecosystem, and it's growing at a fast pace. 2023 was in some ways an inflection year. More than half of the advertising pie was digital, and marketers are now increasingly investing more and more money. FMCG is a category which relied very, very heavily always on legacy media for consumer reach out, is also spending almost their budgets on digital advertising, and that's a large number. And obviously, key areas of growth include mobile advertising, which accounts for almost 60% of digital ads, and video content, particularly short-form videos and OTT platforms, which have seen a significant rise in user engagement, retail media, and emerging technologies like AI, AR, VR, which are also key drivers in the market. And of course is programmatic advertising, the reason we are all here today. All the money that is spent on digital advertising, almost 60, 70%, 75% perhaps, is done through programmatic, and that's a very large piece. One of the reasons why it is kind of away from popular glare is one, it is a fairly technical subject, and there is lesser human intervention, unlike IPL sponsorship that you need to buy, where you need to sit across the table and negotiate. Most of the advertisings that you see every day on your mobile phones, on your desktops, on your apps, is actually bought and sold through AI programs and bots, and there is minimal human intervention. But these machines, these algorithms, these AI tools are created by humans, and this conference explores various sort of aspects of programmatic advertising. The global programmatic advertising is estimated to be valued at almost $27 billion this year, and it is expected to grow at roughly 30% over the next 10 years, and expected to reach $370 billion. That's a huge number if you look at the overall scale of the advertising business. Let me talk about a few trends where we see programmatic playing a large role, as well as the future of programmatic. First and foremost is AI and machine learning, the new powerhouses. We begin with another term that has been seen enormous traction in the last couple of years and is only expected to grow. Artificial intelligence, machine learning have revolutionized programmatic advertising. These technologies have enhanced our ability to process vast amounts of data, predict consumer behavior, and optimize ad placements in real time. By next year, we anticipate AI-driven programmatic platforms to become even more sophisticated, offering unprecedented levels of personalization and efficiency. The implications of this obviously are profound. Advertisers will have access to hyper-targeted campaigns that adapt in milliseconds based on user behavior, context, emotional states, and so on and so forth. Yesterday, my son was showing me, I did not know this, I'm sure many of you do, on iPhone you have a eye tracking kind of option available, where without clicking the button, you can just if you look at that app opens up. So, this is just the start, and, the level this will go to in the next few years, given how the speed at which AI and machine learning is progressing is going to have profound implications for for domains like programmatic advertising. The other part of that obviously is the rise of connected TV and OTT advertising. The shift towards CTV and OTT platforms has been, meteoric. With the current rate of growth in India, we are expected to see almost 60 million CTV households by next year. So as traditional cable subscriptions continue to decline, programmatic advertising on streaming platforms is becoming increasingly vital. By 2025, we expect CTV and OTT to dominate the digital advertising space, offering unparalleled reach and engagement. Now, this trend implies significant shift in ad spend from traditional TV to digital platforms. Advertisers obviously will need to master the art of creating compelling short-form video content that resonates with streaming audience. Moreover, the ability to serve targeted ads in a lean-back environment will blur the lines between traditional TV advertising and digital marketing. Third, very importantly, privacy-first advertising is important as we move forward. This will not just be a trend, but also a fundamental principle. India, of course, is an interesting space where large population across various demographics, across various sort of strata. Privacy is an issue which is cornerstone for some brands, but not a mainline topic yet. But we believe that over the next few years, privacy of data will come up in an important manner. The other trend that is emerging in the programmatic the domain is the rise of programmatic audio. With the explosive growth of podcasts, smart speakers, and digital radio, programmatic audio advertising is poised for significant expansion. By 2025, we expect programmatic audio to be a staple in most advertisers' digital strategies, offering unique opportunities for engagement in screenless environments. Now, radio is one of the first advertising medium that was sort of curated by humankind, and the rise of digital audio is also going to lead to interesting, innovative creativity coming back in the audio space. The fifth point I want to make is, and the last one, is about integration of programmatic with other MarTech solutions. Programmatic advertising is increasingly being integrated with other marketing technology solutions, creating more holistic, data-driven marketing ecosystems. By 2025, we expect to see programmatic platforms that seamlessly connect with systems, marketing automation tools, and consumer data platforms. So that's really the integration of advertising technology with marketing technology. Advertising for many years worked in a kind of silo away from the larger scheme of marketing, but increasingly as technology seeps into every part of advertising via digital advertising, the merger of ad tech and martech is imminent, and we'll see that happening at an increased pace. In conclusion, the future of programmatic advertising is bright, dynamic, and full of possibilities. As we look towards 2025, it's clear that success in this space will require adaptability, creativity, and a willingness to embrace new technologies and methodologies. The programmatic landscape in the next few years will be vastly different from what we have today. And to contextualize what's happening in the programmatic advertising space, as Bhavna mentioned, we also have in the evening today real-time programmatic advertising awards, which seek to capture the essence of what's happening in the advertising space today. If you travel on the roads, you see so much digital outdoor, which is also powered by so much of programmatic advertising. So really, programmatic advertising today touches every single part of advertising, including as legacy media options as out of home. So I hope you have an interesting of learnings and insights. Thank you to all our speakers, starting with Shankar, the founder of Plum. I'd like us all to give him a big round of applause for being here for the session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Mr. Naval Ahuja for joining us, of course, and giving us an idea about what lies ahead today at the event, and speaking about the growth project of programmatic advertising, the trends, and I'm sure all the leaders and everybody attending in the room would have a lot to contribute during the course of the event, which is why I would really urge all of you to keep hashtagging hashtag e4m real time as one word. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for a very interesting fireside chat, and the topic being blending digitech and marketing with storytelling for business growth. We couldn't have been much more related than we are right now. As we have with us our speaker who's joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warmer and a bigger round of applause, let's welcome on stage Mr. Shankar Prasad, founder of Plum Goodness. And of course, to curate this conversation forward, we have Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder of Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd urge all of you to get more energy in the room with a warmer round of applause as we have our leaders on stage. And of course, Mr. Ahuja, over to you to curate it forward.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Shankar, for being here. Good morning to everyone.
Thanks for having me.
As some of you might know, Shankar is the founder of Plum. And as many entrepreneurs in the consumer space, Shankar also comes from the HUL sort of factory of CEOs, right? We actually recently did a cover in our advertising magazine Impact about many CEOs in our industry who come from an HUL background, and you've not just worked in HUL, but post that you were in private equity for some time, and now for the last 11 years you've been founder of Plum. So tell us, what is it about HUL? I know Sudhir Sitapati wrote a book many years back about HUL being a CEO factory. What is it about the company that kind of grooms CEOs to become entrepreneurs? And now that you're a digital entrepreneur, what are the things you had to unlearn?
Firstly, thanks for having me and pleasure to be here. Just looking at the AV's play itself was quite inspiring, and I'm sure in the audience there's a lot of people out there that I can learn a lot from. And thanks for having me. I started with HUL 27 years back, but even as of day before yesterday, I was telling them what I was told on my day one at HUL. It is a very small thing, but that sticks to my mind that even if you forge a taxi fare, you're out of the company. That's the level at which the company works on ethics. And we were told that sleep well at night because this company does all the right things all the time. So I think first and foremost, just a very strong sense of doing the right thing, not crossing lines when it comes to compliance, not crossing lines when it comes to the law of the land. It's ingrained in you. That's the first thing. The second thing is the sort of language around the consumer. And I came from an engineering background. In fact, in HUL, I worked in the engineering side. I was on the production and formulation side for 8 years before I went off to do my MBA and then moved into the world of marketing and finance. But the obsession with the consumer, and that's the first time I saw the consumer being referred as a she, right? This was, I'm talking about again, 25 years back. And that she has stuck into my head. So when I started, it was founded for the she. And of course, a lot of he's also use it, including myself. But essentially, the picture in your mind of the consumer as a she, again, comes back from HUL. I think that's true for a lot of us who've sort of been in those years in HUL. I think these are two things that I will call out. One is this very strong sense of ethics, and the second is very obsessive mindset about the consumer and fulfilling her needs in the best possible fashion. Digitally, I think we are also learning, all of us are learning, but I think the fundamentals of these two don't change. HUL itself is now a sort of force to reckon with when it comes to how they've adopted digital. That's the other thing about HUL, that even though it is a behemoth in every sense of the word, but the way it keeps adapting and evolving, it's just phenomenal to see. A lot of respect.
Yeah. You run a beauty wellness, company, and this space has seen explosive growth in the last few years, right? What's your view? A lot of, investors talk about, two kind of buckets: white space and disruption, right? And there are, of course, a lot of layers in between. As a entrepreneur, founder of a company for the last 11 years, what's your view? Is the space already very fragmented and cluttered, or you think there is space for much more? Obviously, it depends upon which side of the fence you sit on. And given that where the space today is, what is your outlook for the next few years in terms of, will we see even more fragmentation in this space, or are you looking at, this industry going through consolidation?
So I'll speak about the beauty and personal care industry because D2C tends to be a very wide space with everything from food to luggage to apparel being part of it. Beauty and personal care, by its very nature, has a very long and fat tail of brands that even if you go abroad and see, it's not sort of what call two-player, three-player market. It is by definition a multiplayer market. And you look at any sort of reasonably evolved country in the world of beauty and personal care, you probably see dozens of good brands, great brands. Many of them innovating, many of them sort of right at the leading edge of innovation and of being so close to the consumer. Now, the important thing here is, which we are also learning, is we should not have a static view of the world when it comes to, okay, here's my market share and here's what I do very well, and this is what I'll continue to do for the next X number of years, especially with the pace at which marketing is changing, consumer access to information is changing, behaviors and preferences are evolving. I think brands which evolve with these, and it's a slightly paradoxical thing that I'm about to say. As a brand, you have to evolve with these preferences also shifting, yet remains true to the core of what the brand is about.
Yes.
Being able to balance this out is an everyday task. Every day we are faced with choices. Should I do this? Should I not do this? Should I do more of this? Should I do less of this? At every point in time, we have to be guided by where, at one hand, where the consumer is, on the other hand, is to what the brand is about. And it's a very sort of thin line that you have to walk to remain relevant in the market. Because we've seen so many brands which are great brands in their own right, but if they fail to evolve, they suddenly just start, it ends up being in a very drastic situation just a few years down, and that's how fickle the market has become. And I think that fickleness is giving a lot of room for new brands to emerge. But my view is, no matter how many new brands emerge, the brands that continue to evolve, adapt, and remain true to themselves as well as to what the customer is thinking about are the ones that are going to survive and thrive.
Yeah, interesting, and also a lot of innovation that is happening in the space.
Absolutely.
I remember your
That's the
example
buzzword.
about the kajal and the pencil. Maybe this is a slightly different audience. You might want to tell them what you did, and it's a very, very interesting example. Shankar spoke about it at our India Brand Enclave in February, and I'm sure you've spoken about that at many other fora. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. It's a very what shall I say? It's a very micro thing, but first of all, I'm glad that you remember. Quite amazed actually. So we launched a kajal, and along with it, we thought we'll give a sharpener free. This is a sharpenable kajal pencil. If you use kajal pencil, know that we have this little purple kajal pencil that Plum is well known for. And when we started out with the kajal, we realized we went for a PVC free barrel because we wanted to be sort of more earth friendly in our choices. PVC has a very soft, as a plastic is very soft, so it sharpens quite well. Many of the kajal pencils you see are made of wood back then or now made of PVC, the barrel that is there. When we made a PVC free barrel, we didn't realize that it's going to be a little harder to sharpen than your usual softer PVC. We realized it after we launched. We would have known this before we launched. I didn't expect that it's going to be this different. Neither did the manufacturer tell us. So what happened was, we started getting feedback that I can't sharpen this kajal, I can't sharpen this kajal. So I started visiting customers' homes to understand how they actually sharpen the kajal and what gets stuck in it, how do they clean it. It's a very small thing, but for them it was a big thing. They've spent $500 buying a kajal pencil that they can't use after the first thing is over, right? And then at least 16 to 20 models of sharpeners, including from Germany, we tried, tested, finally found one sharpener that works. Even there we had a problem of the blade being misaligned. That again took another customer home visit for me to understand that actually some of these blades are not working. And when I gave feedback to the German sharpener manufacturer that, listen, we actually found a small sort of misalignment in your blade. And being a German, they were like, they said, this cannot happen. I sent the videos, I sent the samples. I think the long story short, the moral of the story is, I still distinctly remember which customers' homes I went to, what they exactly told me about this. But it's so ingrained in my mind, and this sort of real incident has sort of laid the path for us to always think consumer sort of context when we are thinking of product design and innovation, and not just that, when how we take feedback and how we listen to them. Initially, we were dismissive, saying, no, I think it's, it's probably humid, it's raining, whatever, all kinds of stories we were giving, but the barrel would have swollen up and all that. Then we actually go and visit is when we realize that this small thing has a huge impact in their lives. So thanks for referring to that again.
That's the other thing with, what HUL, ingrains in you. Market visits, meet your customer. The first few years you spend in sales, you're on ground visiting, smaller markets, villages, living in Bihar, Eastern UP, and, trying to meet customers to understand exactly, what they're looking at. Let me, talk a little bit more about marketing now, Shankar. And, we've all seen the increasing sort of impact of technology on marketing. But some, granular details. What would, for example, it mean for a category like yours? Where are the key areas where, technology has really made a very big difference, and, you see, plethora of opportunities opening up as we go along?
I must admit that I come from a very A, non-marketing, and B, traditional sort of worldview background. And what I see in terms of how MarTech is evolving and into programmatic and into AI and all the other, very intellectually interesting for me, yet from a business POV quite challenging to keep pace. But it makes life very interesting is all I can tell you. I was actually thinking about how are we leveraging or not leveraging technology in what we do. And if you really break it down into strategy and planning, production of the assets, deployment and engagement, I think a lot of, it's actually moving on all fronts. If you really break down the marketing sort of tasks into these four, and I'm sure there are other, but I was breaking this down into these four. I think in the biggest sort of, opportunity lies in strategy and planning, which is what we saw in the AVs that played before this session started, is the amount of data that is sitting out there is sort of difficult to fathom. And every day we are exposed to new sets of data, new ways to look at data. Just yesterday we were looking at how it is possible to look at dark store availability and dark store search patterns and sales patterns in quick commerce, which did not even exist 6 months back. Now suddenly that opens up like a torrent of data in front of you, and that has implication on how you advertise, where you advertise, what you advertise. Why should I advertise something that is not in stock in that particular geography, for example? So strategy and planning, you can keep fine-tuning your spend to the point where you are hypothetically uber optimal in terms of how you spend and what you spend it on, which is what many of these platforms and what AI and ML going to take us to, which is what you referred to in your address as well. So strategy and planning is where we are seeing the biggest changes happening, biggest opportunities also, but also the toughest challenge for us to keep pace, because things are changing so fast and things are getting thrown at you at such a pace that by the time you are thinking that you have mastered something, you are beginning to look at something else new that has come in. So, but yet, as I said, it makes life interesting. Where I have personally found a lot of childlike joy in the use of technology is in production. So, in our 10th birthday in July, one of our team members made a fully AI-generated video. It's actually quite nice. So, it kept zooming in. And for me to have thought of having somebody produce that video in-house with the kind of animation that we're talking about would have been impossible. That was completely AI-generated. And with AI generation, we've even designed T-shirts, we've designed photo shoots and all that. So I think in very small ways, AI is beginning to change how content is produced. And that's a big relief for somebody like me who keeps listening from my team saying, I don't have enough designers. I say, okay, finally I have an answer for you. At least 30% of your routine work can be done by AI. Remaining 70% creative human stuff, you still need designers for that. I need somebody to tell me if it is looking good or not. At that level, last but not the least is on engagement, including the use of chatbots, including the use of CRM, getting more and more intelligent about how I am talking to consumers. So if I really break down the marketing task into these 3 or 4 buckets, there is so much happening each one of those. The challenge is really to identify which are the ones we need to go after and invest behind.
But tell me, interesting point you brought up regarding AI, and so there are 2 points on this. One is there a risk of overdoing it, right? The human touch, because I'm sure all of us in this room have experienced chatbots that are going berserk, right, who are just giving you standard answers. So, the risk of not using it judiciously, just blindly implementing it, what is the downside of that? The other part is also about, are we, when you look at storytelling, the human touch is what brings in the sort of real essence of the brand, right? When you allow a machine or ask a machine to do that, that touch goes away. It might be there 2 out of 10 times, but 8 out of 10 times, you might not get it right. So the risk of kind of over depending upon that and, losing the plot.
Absolutely. And I think particularly in a space like ours where there's a lot of brands wanting to do the same thing, there's a risk of looking very predictable, cookie cutter, fill in the blanks. The one person launches snail mucin, there's like some 10 brands of snail mucin all talking the same thing. I'm like, hang on, where is this even going? At least think of something new to talk about. But that snail mucin inside itself being thrown up by data. So suddenly it says snail mucin is the top selling product everywhere, and then there's a FOMO and everybody rushes in. And then you start creating stuff around it which begins to look very mechanistic. I think the good news which I have seen shine through like sort of sunlight on a cloudy day through all of this is that human beings are essentially beings of the heart. We may think with our minds, but we decide with our hearts, especially in categories like ours, lifestyle, fashion, beauty. These are there's something in their heart, mind, however you define it, which is beyond just the hard data, beyond just the ingredients, beyond just what I'm saying on the packaging, beyond just things like price. So as marketers, for us, and each customer vibes with a certain brand for a certain need that she has, right? As marketeers, I think it's important for us to, and that's where the human bit comes in, that I need to understand what I vibe with, why she likes me in her life, at what points and for what needs, and in what fashion does she sort of vibe with the brand, and that's what I need to stay true to, which goes back to staying true to the brand. Her needs may keep evolving, but she likes the brand for a certain thing that it says or does, or the way it says or does it. And that you cannot, at the moment, basis what we see, I don't think that can be quote unquote mechanized. There is definitely a sort of human element that is very, very strongly needed there. The one last thing I'll say here is, even though social media is also as algorithmic a platform as you can imagine, I have seen that the people's ability to read through all of that and get the sort of heart of it, essence of it is very, very, very high. At some level, very intuitive and very pleasing to see.
So tell me, if I deep a little bit sort of more into the marketing side of the beauty business, and I'm sure you map the whole category, what established legacy brands are doing versus what newer brands like yours are doing. There are a lot of agency partners in the room, right? And I'm sure you've seen all sorts of work being done across the table, especially in storytelling, content curation. What are the sort of things you've seen? One obviously is a lot of repetition. Similar work happening. It's like the Hindi film industry. One movie, action movie does well, and there are like 20 more spin-offs, similar lines. So advertising also has a tendency of falling into that into that trap. What are the other areas you've seen where you think improved work can be done? Areas where the beauty industry, the kind of messaging that is being created is still kind of untouched.
I think the one area is this beauty codes, right? Glass skin, bright skin, glowing skin, in hair, whatever are these quote unquote beauty codes. I think we are using a lot of universal terms without even understanding what we are talking about. And that's true of us also. I'm saying we're not doing it. I keep challenging myself and our team to say, what do you really mean when you say glass skin? And the term didn't exist one year back, but suddenly it's like the trending term and everybody's jumping on saying glass skin. I think it's very important to step back, think, what is it that you're actually talking about? Again, going back to how is it relevant to the customers or consumers here? It may be a passing fad, but I think not jumping on every bandwagon that is out there and crafting things which are meaningful to the Indian context. and to the evolving consumer who's also willing to pay a premium for the stuff that she likes and does the job that she wants it to do. I think that's the one thing that I would say all of us as brands need to do better of. Otherwise, it's somewhat frustrating and even boring at times to look at the same keyword trending on all the products that I'm talking about. And, I mean, I definitely don't like existing in that kind of world. That's not what I thought I was getting into. So we keep trying to challenge and move out from the Googleization, as I call it, of innovation, the keywordization of innovation. That's very unfortunate when it happens, because what that does is, in a way, the supplies impact the nature of the demand, which is sort of, not the best of things to happen. So I'm hopeful rather, that people's sort of humanness will overtake the algorithms which are trying to overtake our thinking, in a manner of speaking.
So I see we are almost out of time. I'll ask you one last question, which has been a perennial debate, especially in the last decade or so in marketing, especially with the advent of digital advertising, is about whether to focus more on building a brand or performance. And a lot of D2C brands have focused on performance marketing, generating overnight ROI. Though some marketers have a view that every marketing has to be performance, that means even if you are sponsoring and putting big bucks in IPL sponsorship. Right. How have you found that balance? What is your view on the subject?
That's a perennial debate, but I must say that as one grows in scale, the debate tends to settle down a bit. Initially, of course, when I was bootstrapping and we were Series A and whatnot, every rupee needs to convert, in a manner of speaking. But now the stage at which we are realizing that it is ultimately brand building that wins the day for you, whether it is on a beauty platform, whether it is in a retailer sort of 1 kilometer away from here, whether it is on a quick commerce platform, whether it is on your own D2C platform. It doesn't matter what channel you are selling to. Most important thing is to build a brand. I'm sorry, again I go back to the same thing that we started off with. Are you occupying a special place in the consumer's mind and heart? There are a million ways to do it, and there are a million machine-driven ways to do it also today. But ultimately, again, your question, human versus machine, I think it's a great way to also end the chat, is to say all that we are doing here through all the algorithms and all the programmatic and all the AI, ultimately to win that place in their mind. The next time they're going to buy a face wash or a moisturizer or a shampoo or whatever that it is selling, you are in their consideration set 2 or 3 brands that they like. And that is a function of what you mean to her or mean to him as a brand in that need state that they exist. And that's the thing we need to keep sort of aligning ourselves to every single day.
Fantastic. Thank you, Shankar, for an insightful, candid conversation. We don't have time for questions. We can take them outside once Shankar is off stage. Thank you again for giving us time.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause for our speaker. And may we request you to please stay in the center. And Mr. Ahuja, if we can request you to give a token of appreciation from the team side, of course, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Shankar Prasad. Let's give him a warm round of applause. This token of appreciation is brought to you by Mob Avenue. Of course, as our leader rightly said, that the brand has to evolve, but it also has to be true to what the brand is all about. So staying true to the essence of the brand, and as Plum's tagline goes, be good, we understand now that how his leadership could have also influenced into the functioning of the brand. And truly, if Mr. Prasad, we can say that Be Good is going to be a great way to summarize his conversation. And of course, thank you so much once again for joining us today. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's pivot into our next conversation. It's now time to move on to our first panel discussion, and truly interesting one on that. Let's have a glimpse into the future of digital marketing. The discussion will be titled Future Forward Dynamic Creativity in Real-Time Digital Marketing. We're extremely elated to now call upon our esteemed set of panelists. First, for our moderator, let's give a big round of applause to none other than Mr. Mihir Lakhani, Head of Marketing, NMIS Global. Thank you, Mr. Lakhani, for joining us today. Also, it's time for me to welcome our panelists, starting with Mr. Chinmay Chandratri, the Senior VP Media of FCB6 India, joining us. Let's give him a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Lawrence West Head Sales Hybrid. Let's give our gentlemen a warmer round of applause. So as we have our dignitaries who have taken out their valuable time and joined us, Mr. Lakhani, of course, we request you to be seated as per the creative at the back, Lawrence in the center, Chinmay on the left. And we request you to be seated and look forward to having a great conversation ahead. I leave it in the able hands of Mr. Lakhani to take it forward.
Thank you. Hi, future forward, dynamic creative and real-time digital marketing. Welcome Chinmay, welcome Lawrence.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, some would like to speak a little more than what a panelist should be, so I'll try and set the context to this in a speaker mode first and then go ahead, asking the questions of what they should be talking about. Right? So way back in 2013, I worked in an advertising agency where we worked with insurance company, and we wanted to do something really good for performance marketing for them. And there was no dynamic creative available. There was no technology available to do dynamic creative serving at that point of time. So what we did is we used display campaigns to create smaller cohorts and reach out to audience with creatives which will touch their heart, right? Insurance, touch their heart at that point of time, right? So a male with a small kid of 2-year-old to 5-year-old will see a different creative, and a male with a kid of 5-year to 15-year will see a different creative. A female will see a different creative, right? And that really did a great job. At that point of time, a rough click-through rate on a display creative will be around 0.1%, 0.2%. With this kind of cohorts where we created about 40, 50 odd different cohorts, we delivered above 1.5% CTR, right? Which is like 5x, 10x CTR. And that was magical at that point of time, right? And then 2014 odd, we started seeing programmatic coming into India through DV360, double click as it was called at that point of time. Cut to 2022, 2023, India, like all of us in our industry should be very proud of. Of course, I was not part of the team who's delivered that, but Cadbury, with the help of a lot of, with the help of Ogilvy and Group M as partner, delivered a video creative across India, okay, where Shah Rukh Khan is talking to each individual, telling them, hey, you should be celebrating Diwali by buying in from a local store near you, right? And that audio will tell you the name of the local store which is just near your house. It will show you name of the Kirana store, just there in that video creative, right? That's the power of digital dynamic creative, right? Of course, the most important thing is not what it got at Cannes, right? Cannes 2023 came to India because of that, but the kind of message that it delivered to audience and the kind of upliftment that it got for Cadbury as a brand was brilliant, right? This is the context to what magic a dynamic creative can do. With that, I think I will end my speaker mode and I'll start my mode. So I think both of you have been part of this industry for over 15 years, and the change from static creative to video creative to programmatic and dynamic creative. How do you see the rise of dynamic creative changing the time, energy, creative thinking, investment into technology, consumer experience, and measurement?
I think it was a great context setting by Mihir where he presented one of the case. And I believe I represent an agency, and when I talk from an agency perspective, I really feel that programmatic and dynamic creative technology has really given us a great scope of improvement in our campaigns. And I'll talk largely from a campaign perspective because that is for a brand. The way it really helps is from a consumer experiences where you have one-to-one connection with the brand. And I'll take an example of a food tech brand which really does this well, where they send notifications on the kind of food that you've been consuming, on the day of that you have been consuming. If there are times when you don't order for, let's say, 5 days, 6 days, there is a notification that gets sent that it's been a while that you've visited us and you've bought something. So that is really a good personalized experience that a brand really gives to the consumer. That said, with the dynamic creativity in place, you get a lot of options of A/B testing because it is dynamically done. There's a lot of data that gets collected, and that is why you get to play with that data to understand which kind of communication, which kind of theme, what is working really well with the brand. And that is the reason we see a lot of efficiencies from a media standpoint, because if your communication is spot on, the click-through rates and the conversion rates are going to be extremely good, which means that you are getting that additional bang for the buck that you're spending, which also means that there's a lot of measurement opportunities that come in. You have a lot of data to understand which, again, I said that which kind of theme, which kind of ad, which kind of tonality, which kind of communication is working for the brand with kind of set of consumer, which really gives us a lot of information to optimize our campaigns. So again, optimization is one of the extremely key thing that from a media standpoint, it helps the brand and the consumers as well.
Thanks. So I think the first time that I heard about DCO was as I was discussing almost in 2007, 2008. And it's been a wonderful journey from there till now, the way it has progressed. From my perspective, I'll speak from a platform's perspective because we've been engaging a lot of agencies and brands to use this technology. It's not only the specification that a user sees or the specific banner that a user sees, but it's also used more from we call it triggers, right? In hybrid, we call it triggers, but even weather can be taken as into the DCO segment. So when we have tied up with a weather platform where weather specifically, if there's a change in weather, you can have a particular creative being shown. If it's hot, cold, depending on how the precipitation is, it can be shown. So that is very effective. From brand's perspective, they are reaching the right kind of audience. They are reaching the audience where it is needed. And most importantly, it derives a very good CTR. That's what we look for at the end of the day. So I think it's very important that this matures further. And the beauty of DCO is that many of them have got it right now. And that is just going to progress further. And for us, precipitation is even market triggers. When the market is going high or low, that can also be something that can be optimized. So I've just thrown some more ideas into it.
Yeah, I think the CTR bit and all of that definitely is great. But at the same time, because I represent a brand, while we are very finicky about the way our critics are served, right? The kind of consistency that's been maintained on brand expectation, right? With dynamic creative, right, a lot of us on the brand side fear that we will probably breach the brand guidelines, or we will probably breach the regulatory guidelines, which is a bigger fear for regulated industry. How do you solve for that for brands?
Yeah, so I think it's a very interesting question. Reason being, while we'll talk from largely from a media and advertising perspective, I want to throw some light on the three parties that are involved in creative development. One is the brand, second is the media agency or the advertiser, and third is the creative agency. Now, extremely important for three of them to come together on a single platform and set certain guardrails of what needs to be communicated and how it needs to be communicated. Because see, at the end of the day, we are talking about automation, we're talking about it being dynamic. So when it is dynamic, it can pull anything from anywhere. So, but it only pulls from what we actually feed the system with, and hence become extremely essential for all the three partners, that is your brand, creative agencies and media agencies, to sit on a table, formulate that algorithm of what needs to be communicated, how needs to be communicated, how it needs to be shown, only then feed it into the system. Because what will happen is a lot of times creative, unfortunately that is how industry is working, that creative and media doesn't talk to each other that often. You will have a separate creative agency, you'll have a separate media agency, a brand will talk to both of them, but those are the Chinese whispers where certain part of information definitely will be loosed out. Hence what happens is it's very important for everybody to come on the same page, set the guidelines, set the guardrails, and then upload every single thing into the system for it to be pulled dynamically. And I've seen a lot of good results when that happens, when your creative and media are talking to each other, so that the gaps are actually navigated.
I think it starts right from inception. Most importantly is a brand, its creative agency, and the agency needs to know that we're going to put this in a very advanced environment. And I think with that intention, everything gets solved. The beauty is also that you can speak to whoever your platform is and take understanding from them. We have a lot of agencies who come and speak to us and say that, this is what is, know what we are going to serve at the end of the day. But it is very important that there's a dialogue between us and them. You can't change a lot because in the first 3 phases, it's already locked and keyed, everything is in. But yeah, we can give in our own ideas, and this will, you can avoid a lot of problems at the end of the day. From a DCO perspective, what you have fed the system, like you said, there's no spillage anywhere. Yes, at times when you've not got the strategy right, there is a possibility of that happening. So I think right from inception, the brand needs to know that it's going into an advanced system where there is this kind of ask from the system. I think that will solve everything.
Just adding to this, in a quick, point, right? So what Lawrence was suggesting earlier, weather-based, creative and weather-based, start and stop of campaign, right? That's something that a lot of marketers do, right? If you were to, serve a creative to somebody when there is a storm, right? You don't want to do that, right? So whenever there's dynamic creative to be served, you also have to pre-identify things, which can go wrong with data, and put a filter to that. Say, these are not the things that we will go with, right? Because that's something that will put off consumer very easily, right? You don't want to go and tell them, "Tumhare yahan tufan aaya hai, insurance le lo," right? No, that's not what ideally they want to do. So, yeah. So, dynamic creative is really nice, right? But there are times when we've heard of stories where it's been so personalized that consumers feel it's intrusive to their personal life. How do you balance that? As a agency and as a platform, do you have some no-do lists which will go to clients saying these are not the things that you should do when you use dynamic creative, so that your consumers don't feel that you're breaching their privacy?
So see, The interesting things from a programmatic is we all know when to start. Unfortunately, a lot of times we don't know where to stop or when to stop. So we go so overboard, or would brand or advertisers go so overboard in communicating the message that they want to, that they forget that they are actually killing the privacy of the consumer. So there has to be a frequency gap that needs to be there in terms of how or when we want to show the ad. As you rightly mentioned, that Tufan Aaya insurance le lo might not be the right communication. So what is a way of communicating the need of the product during that option, that also needs to be extremely well tackled. And again, don't overdo anything. There has to be, a lot of times what happens is brand they remarket or they use dynamic creative basis the consumers browsing history or a lot of other data consumption points that we have on from the digital ecosystem. So they don't know where to stop, because maybe I have already purchased a product and I've already out of the system, but I'll keep on getting that communication to purchase or to make that intent, which also emphasize the data collection part. So that data needs to be collected, that data needs to be refined in terms of how we are using this dynamic creativity. Because if, let's say, talking about an FMEG category, I've already purchased an AC. Now I'm not going to purchase an AC for next most likely 3 to 5 years, but I'll still get dynamically targeted ad because I am in that in-market cycle or the purchase cycle for last 30 days. Now that is something that the tech needs to solve, and that is how a brand media agency should be working, so that there is a balance. No-do list, of course, is something that a frequency cap needs to be maintained. Communication has to be extremely relevant. You need to know when to stop, and from a technicality point of view, you need to actually set up your campaigns right so that there is no ad fraud that is happening, there are no invalid clicks that are happening, because at the end of the day we are too dependent on automation. So there has to be a human monitoring that we're doing from a programmatic standpoint.
I totally buy the human intervention in this, because it's not all machine, right? At the end of the day, we have to keep that in mind. But yes, keeping that as a reference point, most of the platforms today have this option of white labeling, black labeling. At the same time, it needs to be as recent as it is, because we are all the ads are all shown in next to content or in content, right? So I think it's very dynamic. At the end of the day, if there is something that has happened yesterday or just now, it should be put in that white label or the black label that don't do this kind of brand safety. At least we have, I'm sure, and most of the platforms do have it but this is very important, and this is the way you avoid that kind of mishap, as they say, because we have had mostly from the FMCG perspective, we have had them be very clear with us that we don't want it to be on content that is again very non-specific to their brand. So this kind of discussion is very, very important from our perspective. But we also get in touch with them back saying, hey, you know what? There is something that has happened. Do you want us to take that off? Most of the times we take it off ourselves, but it is better that we inform the agency and the brand to avoid this kind of a mishap. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
So one, principally very strong thumb rule that all of us, in this industry should look at, right? Whether for the brand that you work for, or you work for a platform, or you work for an agency that you're working with a client, whenever there is a dynamic creative to be served, right, and you feel that something is not acceptable for you to be seen, that's absolutely no to go with, right? So you should try to put your foot down if you are talking to your management as a brand, or you're talking to your client as an agency or platform, that, hey, I don't think this is something that you should do, because, I'll not be comfortable seeing an ad like this, right? Second thing, very important, if you're working in a brand or you're working for a brand category which is very sensitive to privacy, right? You have to be very, very careful of what do you serve and where do you serve, right? If you are serving a creative on a CTV, okay, a dynamic creative on a CTV for the consumer who's seen a product on your website, which is slightly not okay with him or her to be seen with the family, it should not be served on a CTV, right? If a creative is being served to an audience who may have a kid watching something on YouTube or playing some games on the same device, it should, or another device with the same credential, right? You shouldn't be serving a creative on content which is not meant for his or her age group, right? So these are a few nuances I think all of us will have to look at, right? Any pitfalls that you see with dynamic creative, programmatic advertising for brands?
See, pitfalls, as I said, that programmatic or dynamic thing only work when you have good amount of data that is fed into the system. Otherwise, it is going to be haywire, right? So it's very important for all the brands to understand the nuances of how a programmatic works, give that platform time to understand the data. While of course there are predefined cohorts that are created, but at the end of the day, there is a prospecting phase for each and every campaign. It requires certain amount of clicks, certain amount of impressions for the campaign to understand what kind of data is being collected, and then the dynamic creativity happens. That is part number one. Part number two is definitely brand, I think, should also invest into third-party data trackers because we are too dependent on maybe a platform or a partner. But if the third-party measurement, it gives that validation whether your click or an impression have been served correctly, whether it is served in a brand-safe environment, whether it is served without any fraud or without any bot clicking for you, and hence it becomes extremely important for you to associate or partner with third-party tracker. And third and foremost, I think, or lastly, I would say that brand needs to understand, be a little more patient for programmatic to work and for the dynamic creative to work because it's again going to be a little bit of A/B testing that is going to happen because platform is also evolving, learning data that is being fed. Hence, your data collection systems or mechanism has to be extremely strong, right from your impression collection to a click to the end objective, whether that person or a click is happening on a website or any other platform. So that entire loop needs to be finished. Otherwise, we'll keep on running into a discussion where a creative is not performing, or the campaign wasn't successful, or CTRs are not correct, or multiple reasons. But the entire methodology or mechanism has to be set correctly. Otherwise, we'll keep on falling into the pits.
I like your statement, patience. That is something that we need to allow the system to actually learn and, depending on the data, put the right thing forward. I personally had a few experiences with weather, because weather is something, and you know in Mumbai how the weather is. Past 2 days was cold, and before that it was pretty hot. So with weather, we try and put a human intervention there, because it's very, very important at the end of the day when you are serving through DCO, you have firstly all the data in place. It should culminate into what is being shown out there. But at the same time, you need to have somebody monitoring it on a regular basis. Being very simple, the statement being very simple is because there is fluctuation so fast, and I would say the same thing with market triggers. The fluctuations are so fast that you need to have some kind of guardrails in place so that the wrong creative is not shown to anyone. And I think all of us synonymously agree that we have to personally look at these things and put that into place. Yes, the platform is there, everything is there. The data is collected at the right time. You are able to monitor it. But monitoring is the underlining word out here. And I think from a platform perspective, from an agency perspective, and from a brand perspective, we all synonymously agree with that, and we put that into place here.
Chinmay, I think I'll ask you one question. I'll ask him one question in interest of time rather. So one, as a brand custodian, right? You work with brands very closely. What are your strategies for balancing dynamic creative and managing the privacy for the consumer at the same time? How does brand plan that, and what are your suggestions to brand for that?
Right. So again, I am like an engineer and a marketer at the same time. So data is extremely crucial for me. So whenever I'm in meetings with my clients, an interesting observation is that everybody talks about evolution of digital, but nobody talks of data collection. I've been interacting with a lot of brands who don't have even their websites. If they have a website, they don't have an analytics. If they have an analytics, they are not reading the data. So emphasis on first-party data collection is extremely, extremely important if as a brand you want to evolve in the programmatic as well as from a dynamic creative standpoint. Hence, what is extremely crucial over here is that your IT team who centrally looks after the data and the marketing team who just talks to them saying that mera data kidhar ja raha hai, kya ja raha hai, that data needs to be put to use. Then you will be able to see success with that data and with dynamic creative optimization as a brand. Otherwise, we'll have to be heavily be dependent on the partners to provide us that dynamic creativity. Otherwise, your data is not going to be put to use. Let's say third-party vendors or partners have their own data repository basis their data collection. They don't have the first party of the brand himself. Hence, the brand needs to invest a lot into their first party, and then that is how they need to link it with the third party publishers in a brand safe environment where the data is being fast pushed into a hashed format without any personal information being there, and that is how you then put that data to use from a dynamic creativity.
Another question which I think we'll have to put across to a tech partner for us, right? So all of us are aware, we've read the news that Google has postponed the phasing out of third-party cookie, but as a marketer, I'll be very cautious and I will not want to, deliberate this right now, right? So while India, we are 90% plus Chrome users, but the rest of the market, Chrome is I think 40, 50, 60% depending on the market that we are in, right? And regulatory bodies may push all of us to start not tracking third-party cookies at some point of time. So what are your suggestions, inputs, strategies to be ready for that phase, if not in 2024, 2025, maybe 26, 27, but I think all of us will have to start preparing for that yesterday.
I think we already started doing that when the first draft came in. We were, I think, hybrid and the likes of it have already started. We collect our data from an ML perspective, machine learning and AI perspective. So we were ready even before the first draft came in that, data, you're not supposed to collect it and keep it in. So with that in mind, our whole mechanism depends on that. We also contextually do a lot of our ad placements. So we are prepared for that eventuality, and if it does come, again, if this goes further, we have our own data, the way we culminate that data. At the same time, when agencies want to check their data with us, we are open to that too. So from that perspective, yes, we are ready. It has been postponed, that's fine. But if any eventuality, if it's tomorrow also, we are ready to serve in a third-party environment.
Thank you, thank you. I think we've got a lot of valuable insights from both of you. Do you have some closing remarks from your side? Or?
Yeah, so closing remarks would be to the brands, please make sure that your first party data collection is robust. Don't keep your data into the analytics. Please read that data. Invest into tech because if you don't invest into tech, nothing from a third party environment or a dynamic thing is going to work. So please invest a lot into tech and data collection, and that data is going to be put to use. That's my final statement from a dynamic creativity standpoint.
How about you, Lawrence?
I think technology has really evolved to an extent that we know what we can do. And I am sure all people sitting in front of me have that amount of maturity to understand where they're placing their ads on. Yes, always when it comes to DCO, because we're speaking specifically about that, it is more to do with the fact that trust even the partner that you are putting trust on to deliver the end result. And they should also be in touch with you regularly. That is the few touch points that you need to keep in mind, the guardrails that you need to ensure that this happens. And I think in that perspective, everybody is mature enough to understand.
My point of view, I think, earlier I spoke about the Cadbury campaign which got Cannes for India. I hope that all of us together don't let it be the last great dynamic creative story from India, and all of us strive towards probably delivering something much better than that in next few years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and may we request our panelists to please stay back, as we'd like to invite Chandrahas Shetty, Head of Demand Magnite, to please join us and give a token of appreciation on the team side to all our eminent leaders on stage. This token of appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Mob Avenue. First up, a big, big thank you to all our panelists for joining us. Of course, Chinmay, Lawrence, and Mihir, thank you so much. Of course, starting with Chinmay. Chinmay, thank you for joining us on the platform today, of course, enriching us with your conversation. Also, we'd request both of you to be on frame, as we'd like to capture this moment, hashtag e4m real time. And maybe request Chandrahas to now present it to Lawrence. Lawrence, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for all our panelists and our leaders for joining us today. Let the applause never thin. Come on, everyone. Let it continue. And of course, a big thank you to Mihir for curating this conversation for us. And may we request the four of you to now please come together in one frame. Let's capture you all together as a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, hashtag e4m real time as one word, and we're talking about the future forward dynamic creativity in real time digital marketing. We're extremely elated that we've had these great set of panelists who have taken out their time in joining us, and thank you so much, Chandras, for helping us with the felicitation. Thank you so much. So a big thank you to all our panelists for joining us for this, and now it is time for us to move ahead to our next expert session. Let's talk about building a transparent future for programmatic media. It's indeed an honor and privilege to now call upon our speaker. With a warm round of applause, let's welcome on stage Mr. Ashwin Padmanabhan, Chief Operating Officer, South Asia, Group M. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm no expert on this. So when you introduced me an expert, I was cringing a bit. So disclaimer right up front that it's not an expert talk to you, but I surely am passionate about advertising and marketing, and I've spent many years doing this. And I'm really passionate about, especially as an agency, being a brand custodian on behalf of our clients. And as the whole digital ecosystem has evolved, one of the questions that keeps popping up is the promise of digital being better understanding of audiences, the promise of digital being better ways to connect with them, target them, have a conversation with them, reduce the amount of wastage that happens versus all other media. How is this promise really played out? I think that's a big question that we keep asking ourselves every time. And I think I love the fact that my conversation with you is on a subject which is not tech-led, but it is more a philosophical conversation, if you ask me, which needs to find a solution in tech and the way we work. So let's spend a little bit of time on how really, digital advertising and even specifically programmatic has evolved over the years. You know, probably about 15 years ago, slightly more than 15 years ago, programmatic was all about automating the way we send our requests for executing campaigns to advertisers. And that's where it started off. There was no audience. It was all about making it easier to be able to send your requests and IOs to thousands of advertisers at the same time, websites those days, not apps. And from there on, we started getting better sense of audiences in the digital environment, and we went on to move to start buying audiences basis their attributes. And then came the whole idea of being able to buy the audiences and discover price at a real-time basis, and RTB came in from a price discovery perspective. And to enable all of this, the ad tech infrastructure evolved. But as that infrastructure evolved, we also saw the proliferation of significant amount of ad fraud. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. And ad tech evolved further to try and catch and make sense of the ad fraud that's happening. And honestly, this is a cycle. Somebody wants to, game the system, tends to be a few steps ahead of all the ad tech that we have built over the years. And in most of the times, we're playing catch up. So it's a challenge. And what does it do finally for advertisers and brands? It adds costs. And that cost keeps ballooning. Where do these costs lie? Is it really transparent, the whole ecosystem of what an advertiser pays versus what they get? These are some questions that I'm going to pose really. Do I have answers for everything? Maybe not. But are these questions extremely relevant for us to answer? Absolutely yes. So let's look at some data. I think what do we mean by transparency in programmatic? And these are some questions that pop up into our minds every day, right? So how much of my investment is really going into working media? I think this is a question that we keep asking as brands, and it's a very important question to answer. I'll come to the numbers later. Is it about knowing real audiences versus bots versus made for advertising, websites and apps to fakes? How much of my investment is really being spent on some of this? It's about knowing which publishers where my ad is actually being, finally broadcast, or you can call it viewed. As we started buying audiences, this understanding of where my ad is finally visible, that has diminished. And I think that's scary. You surely want to know what is the environment in which your ad is being actually displayed. So this is a question that constantly keeps popping up. Also because, are these environments brand safe? We keep hearing about how an ad was placed next to content which is objectionable, or content which should not be present next to a particular category of product. Who is viewing these ads? Is it being viewed meaningfully? 0.5 second exposure, is that really an exposure that I should be paying for? The 1 second exposure should I be paying for? I think with the jargonization of the whole ad tech space, we have forgotten basics of media planning, and we have forgotten to ask these questions. I don't think that changes regardless of what you do in digital, or what you do in programmatic, or what you do with ad tech. Ad tech is a tool. It should enable me to answer these questions. So let's not stop asking these questions. Also, we talk a lot about the data which drives our decision making on targeting audiences, connecting with those audiences. What is the fidelity of that data? I think I'm targeting a male consumer. What is the fidelity of the data which tells me that consumer targeting is really male or not? I think I'm targeting somebody with an income of above a certain, annual income range. What is the fidelity of the data basis which I'm making that decision to target a particular audience and bid for that audience? I think this is a question mark, a very big question mark really. Now let's talk about the numbers a bit. Right? So any guesses on what is the 64% really? Any guesses in the room? No guess is wrong, but you know the general direction in which I'm going. गलत नहीं है, सब सही है, सब आंसर. हाँ, yes. Okay, so you're not wrong, but about if I am spending 100 rupees as an advertiser, 64 rupees of that technically actually gets invested on buying the impression. There's about 36 odd rupees within the system, which as an advertiser, I have no visibility on. Now, understand, as an advertiser, I'm also paying a transparent ad tech fee, a DSP fee. This 36% is over and above this DSP fee that I pay as an advertiser. Where does this go? Who does it go to? Why should it go? Are some questions that we should answer, right? This is not true of many other media. So why should I be having this fake, workflow and path in this media? Shouldn't the cost be transparent? Yes, ad tech costs money, but that's why you have transparent cost that you charge. I think this is a very big question that advertisers are asking and constantly pushing back agencies, platforms, the DSP ecosystem. And I think as an industry, it's a responsibility to make this as transparent as possible. Now the routine, I'm going to quiz you on these numbers, right? So what is 23% really? And this is a conservative estimate, but numbers which are wildly varying from this 23%. But what do you think this 23% is? So yeah, about 23% of all investment that we today make, and it's not necessarily on programmatic, but on digital environments, is fraud. So now doing the math. 36% of the spends that I'm doing are not really going into working media. 23% of the spends that I'm doing are some form of fraud, where potentially it's not, let's say, a real audience, or potentially it is an environment which isn't built to attract advertising. So again, no real audiences of worthwhile nature out there. And there are other forms of fraud, right? So 23% of the money that I'm spending is anyway going on frauds. So when you start doing the math, you start realizing that a lot of the money that as an advertiser you invest is not really going into working media of any form, or even if it goes into some form of media, that media turns out to be some form of a fraudulent media. Now, how much do we know about where those ads are getting displayed? How many of us actually end up spending time going through every line item to see where is the audience finally being bought from? Which environment is it? Is it brand safe, not brand safe? Yes, we have tech which allows you to put block lists, white lists, all kinds of lists, enable you to avoid potentially harmful environments. It does, but we still end up buying a lot of impressions, a lot of audiences in environments which are not safe for us, in environments which I may not want to be present in, and we may not know of it. So it's opaque in many cases. In some cases, we probably know a little bit of where it's going. When I talk about meaningfully viewed ads, there's a lot of conversation on what you should be paying for. What kind of an impression should be paying for? What kind of an audience is a real audience? How much time they should spend? And we end up spending for half a second sometimes, or paying for half a second of a view. Is that view really meaningful? Do you think you can really communicate any brand message that kind of a time? I think these are questions that we have to answer, and we have to set it right. Otherwise, we're going down the path where the credibility of the whole ecosystem is at stake. And I think it's better, because you might be wondering, why am I asking these questions when digital spends are going through the roof? That is the only medium which seems to be growing worldwide. Every other medium seems to be decreasing in terms of advertising spends. It is growing because audiences are there on digital environments. That's the reality. But how we reach those audiences is not transparent. So let's not kill the golden goose. Let's ask these questions and try and answer them and do it transparently. Let's be bold enough to answer these questions. Almost 50% of impressions, and this is our own study, we have figured out that almost 50% of the impressions that we pay for tend to be not meaningful. They tend to be fleeting. So fleeting that you get charged for something which probably in the blink of an eye vanishes for the consumer. And that's, again, a lot of wastage. So you start adding all the wastage that I've listed out there. You start wondering what really works. So I'm really spending a lot of money trying to get nowhere. And what about the data? How many of us really spend time looking at the data that is used to programmatically target an audience? Where is the data come from? What is the source? Is it being ethically sourced? Is there consent behind the data which is powering a lot of our, cohort making decisions and targeting decisions? How do we know that the consumer that I think I'm targeting is really that consumer? Again, it's very opaque. Most of the times we don't know. And I'm not sure, in fact, I'm sure we don't have enough tech to answer this question right now. Actually, I'm here to only ask questions, not give too many answers, because I think we'll all have to collectively find answers here. But let me spend a little bit of time on what we're doing as Group M. I think one of the projects that we started working on almost 6 years ago, globally and in India as well, is a little bit of now tech jargon here, right? Still, it's English. Supply path optimization is something which is very, strategically important for us. Because what it does is it allows us to ask these questions. Who is the publisher on which you're finally buying the audience? How do we reduce the steps to actually reach the publisher? Today, when you start actually mapping the steps to get to the final publisher, sometimes it's almost 6 to 8 steps. How do we take it down to probably 1 or 2 steps? How do we get to the source of the audience directly? I think it's a question. And a lot of the supply path optimization, the time is actually spent to build this ecosystem. SPA also enables in some form to help us build transparency in the ad tech costs. The questions I asked in the previous slide, we try to answer those questions and make it transparent. And when you make it transparent, you're walking in with your eyes open. You don't feel cheated. So I've just 3 things. There's a lot more that goes behind it, but conceptually, these are 3 questions that we keep asking when we work on supply path optimization. And a lot of our partners are in this room, and you collaborate with us to help us get there. Data fidelity. That was the last point earlier, right? And honestly, we talk so much about data today. We talk so much about how data is the next oil, and there's so much power in data. There's a lot of power in data. But if the data is not high fidelity, it leads you on the wrong path. The data is not high fidelity. You think you're taking a decision which is going to give you a certain outcome, and you don't get there. If the data is not high fidelity, you end up making strategic mistakes in the way you want to reach your consumers and the kind of outcomes you want to drive. And you end up wasting a lot of money in a day. One of the things that we've tried to do is IAB has got published certain data transparency labels. Some of these are here. It's a lot more exhaustive. But we try to question every source of supply and from a data perspective, when I say supply, I mean data supply, from these angles, and ask whether the data that we are using to activate a campaign, whether it's coming through the DSP or whether it's our own first-party data, because you can go wrong even on your first-party data. You think that's the closest to you, but we can go wrong even there. So that's some of something that we are focusing on. There's a separate work stream within Group M globally and in India, focusing on working on data and trying to make sense of the data in a manner where we try to make it as high fidelity as possible. Then we've published Group M standards, which we adhere to for all our clients from a perspective of brand safety, from a perspective of viewability. How long should an impression be actually visible? How long the video should play if it's video impression? These are standards that we have published, and these standards that we have published are basis what we have seen in tests as working for brands. And these standards are a lot more stringent than the industry published standards. I know sometimes it's a pain when we are working with our partners, publishers on some of these standards, and we expect them to follow it. But in the long run, brands, when they see the results coming, when they see that the money that they're investing is working hard for them, they try to build that trust. I think in the previous session we were talking about trust. A lot of this is important to help build the trust. And finally, this whole issue of verification. Is the ad really played, not played, where did it play, how long it played, the tech that goes behind it. That's something which we're collaborating with a lot of partners to continue to build and develop. Honestly, these are areas which I feel of strategic importance. We tend to get lost in jargons. We tend to get excited by a lot of shiny new toys that come in, but we tend to forget basics and tend to forget asking basic questions when we get into all of this. Let's not be enamored of what's around us. Let's take the strength of the tech that's coming our way and leverage that tech to deliver to answer some of these questions. And that will lead to building the trust, and that will lead to building the transparency that we all seek. So that's it from my side. A lot of questions, few answers, but I'm hoping that it'll get us galvanized to really wonder about these things and take some actions in whatever little way that each of us as individuals we can and as organizations we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Padmanabhan, for joining us today. And of course, I'd like to take the opportunity of inviting Rahul Joshi, National Sales Director, India of Silverpush, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. Let's give them both a warmer round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, truly a session which placed a seed of thought on the ethical sourcing of data, meaningful impressions, and of course the evolution of programmatic advertising and how they are driving transparency. Once again, let's give a warmer round of applause to our leader for taking out his valuable time today. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this appreciation is brought to you by Mob Avenue. And once again, a big thank you to Mr. Ashwin for joining us today and being a part of this conversation. So, well, up next is our upcoming session, and we're looking at going ahead to discussing the new age trends in programmatic advertising. Whilst, as of course, we've spoken about in the previous session the ethical sourcing of the data points and of course the meaningful impressions, in the next session we're talking about the trends in audience strategies. We're talking about planning strategies to improve media efficacy, the life of retail media, and of course let's talk about holistic measurement for the same. So on this front, we're extremely elated that we're joined by a great set of panelists who have taken out their valuable time in being a part of this conversation ahead. For all the ones in the room, if you've had any valuable insights so far, remember to hashtag e4m real time as one word with any of your keen sharings throughout the day. In this session, we have leadership from HP, we have leadership from Group M, we have leadership from Sebamed USV who has joined us, and of course we have leadership from Amazon Ads as well. So, well, without further ado, let me take an opportunity of first inviting on stage our moderator for this conversation, Mr. Ankur Rathi, Head Amazon DSP, Amazon Ads. Thank you, Mr. Rathi, for joining us today. With that, if I could now invite Mr. Abhishek Seth, Head of Media Greater India in SL and BD of HP. Let's give him a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, Ankur, if I may request you to be seated as per the creative at the back. So that'll just help us to get you in the right focus. Thank you so much. Also, if I could request Mr. Karthik, Head of Digital Trading Group M, to join us. Thank you, Ankur. And Mr. Karan Goyal, Head of Marketing, Sevamed USV. So as we have our eminent panelists seated on stage, and of course I'd like to give it in the able hands of our moderator, Mr. Rathi, to take it forward with the conversation ahead. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you, audience. I think we were coming from a festivity that just ended in Bombay till midnight, so thanks for taking time out. I'm not going to introduce programmatic. I think that's the essence of the session and why we are here, and the topic as well. But I think what we are going to do in this session, and the way we've curated this session, is to bring in a diverse group of folks whose lens on selecting the media and why programmatic is going to be very different basis the KPIs that they are looking at, right? So with that, a data point around how the ecosystem is changing. We are all practitioners, influencers, decision makers of this domain. It is becoming a significant chunk of where the money is getting routed overall in digital media. We are roughly at 40% as per one of the industry reports of the overall digital media spends, and expected to be around 50% by 2025. So I think it's a very interesting space. It comes with its own challenges, own complexities. And in this session, we'll try to understand what are the inputs going in to address some of these nuances before a final decision is made. And what do we expect for this to solve for us now and maybe a year, 2 years down the line. So with that, I'll start. I'll start with someone I've known for long, Karthik. There is a lot that you guys drive at Group M with programmatic. What I would like to understand from you is, how is this different from your traditional media buying process versus this? How is retail media unlocking things for you in the programmatic landscape overall?
So, absolutely. Thanks, Ankur. Thanks, everybody. Happy to be on this panel. As we touched upon, I think we will be the largest consumers of retail data, right, per se, with the skew of clients that we have and the kind of work we do for them. Programmatically essentially helps in super agility, right? So you're able to get the signal right on time that the brand would want and start unlocking it across, right? Reaching right kind of audiences at the right time and at the right place is what we really get to unlock across. With retail media in context, right? And everybody wants, are moving towards, let's say, some sense of profitability or the business goal objective driven. Retail media really supercharges that, right? Rather than, say, buying a particular affinity audience, you're able to really define, this is the kind of audience that I am to go after, because as a marketer, this is what I am really focused on driving across. And that really gets fulfilled when we activate in the programmatic ecosystem. The data flows in from the right source. The data is extremely fluid. You know that the accuracy is really good. And therefore, you're able to activate it across various places to reach the right audience at the right time. That's the way I kind of look at it.
Anything you want to add, Abhishek, to this whole retail media disrupting the space?
No, I completely agree what was stated here. Retail media definitely is, as the business is progressing more towards profitability, bottom line and top line becomes of core essence. I think retail media is where the data rests, the audience intelligence rests, and I think that's where the attribution rests. Because of all of these reasons, it's becoming a preferred choice for marketeers and media personnel, so that they get the right data points to justify the media investments. And I think that gives a lot of confidence back to the business as well as brands, marketeers, agencies for that matter, that what they are doing is directionally correct and how much it is, what it is leading to. So that's a big role that's played here.
Yeah, I think there is, the whole ecosystem way back in 16, 17 started more of indirect, moved into more preferred buying. And I think now we are moving in that direction of audience backward planning and audience backward execution. I think, and it's an interesting space with meeting with the KPIs that all of us are chasing around profitability. Yeah, I think makes sense. Karan, maybe for you, how are you driving media efficiency for a brand like Sebamed in programmatic? If you could share your thoughts at a Uber level, how do you think this is helping?
Okay, sure. Thanks, Ankur. I think fundamentally, if you look at a brand like Sebamed, the journey that we are on, still the biggest task is awareness. Unlike, let's say, and we were side, and unless for an HP where the awareness is really big. Even at that, even when that's the bigger task, I think given the premium that we come at, let's say at a premium brand, 4x, 6x to the market, a lot of consumers sit at, oh, I think the brand is great, but they still don't make that shift. So I think in that programmatic really helps because, you're able to get that signal, can you, and I'm not saying just bottom funnel to complete the sale, but even consideration to drive that. So I think that's one. In my mind, the other use cases, and I think the Amazon team was telling us, within the baby care category, again, both in baby care and personal care, within the baby care category, we have very high conversions. But as over the last couple of years, especially in the premium end, the market has got competitive. So it's not that my GVs are falling, let's say on Amazon, but the growth isn't the same. Again, this is where a programmatic and with the kind of signals that we get, we are really able to drive that.
Got it. Anything specific on the point you mentioned that ADSP has been able to help you, Amazon DSP has been able to help you around with? Anything you think you want to touch upon?
Yeah, so I said, which is when you, in both cases, when you just double down into realizing, and it's not just that, like I said, for me, it's not just bottom funnel saying, oh, so-and-so is a browser for me, can I catch them? It helps me do both. As a larger awareness building also I could do. Amongst the audience set, if I say people browsing for categories are supposed to be my audience, and where are they spending time, how can I reach out? So I think both in planning and deployment, then it kind of really helps.
Makes sense. Yeah,
yeah. So few similar cases that I can talk about is in a similar category, we were able to kind of drive on using Amazon DSP. We were able to really drive 84% new users coming and adopting that brand. And on a similar category on laptops, right? We were able to really kind of touch upon driving better efficiencies through getting users for a lower cost, right? So it kind of plays out in multiple categories differently for different brands, and that's where really ADSP kind of gets across.
Awesome, makes sense. Abhishek, you want to add anything?
Yep, so I'll refer back to the terminology that you use, audience backward planning. The terminology that we use is audience first planning. So it's essentially one and the same thing. Because what we have realized is driving efficiency on media. I think the way to look at it earlier, yesteryears on the top or mid funnel, RNF campaigns is the terminology everyone would be very comfortable with, and that's good lingo from that perspective. It's a RNF campaign, this is how we plan. I think we have progressed far ahead of it, we as in the entire industry now, and we look at audience signals and give that a far more weightage. So within the RNF, it's not just the reach, it's the reach on which audiences, on what signals of the audiences. And likewise the frequency prioritization for what audiences. And that's what takes precedence in our planning. And I think programmatic channels which allow us to better qualify these audience signals, and that they definitely become a preferred choices for us to go ahead to drive efficiency, if we are looking specifically for efficiency.
No, I think very interesting point. We are moving towards a more active reach conversations than blanket massive reach conversations, because at the end of the day, it's broadcast versus efficiency. And I think we are moving that way, which is a great sign.
Actually, so just to add, because both of you talked about it, which is more consumer first, earlier probably just for mass reach, you would start planning platform first. Because lots of audiences sitting on a particular platform. Yeah. But now when you're now thinking of where all the consumer is, what programmatic is enabling for you is just planning for that. I don't have to think of a particular platform, saying lots of audiences spending lots of time there. Absolutely. But in their journey, today they could be on an entertainment app, tomorrow they could be shopping. So I think that's what, and then the RNF kind of plan that it can lead to. So
yeah, I think it reminds of good old TV days where a lot of money used to go in the prime time, 9:30 to 10:30, to now where the audience is. Moving on, Abhishek, would like to understand how are you planning, or what are the inputs that are going into the planning process when you're deciding upon your programmatic campaigns?
Okay, so interesting question. I think we as a team, when I say media team within HP, we are also evolving over the way the entire ecosystem is evolving. For that purpose, there are demand generation initiatives and there are demand capture initiatives. And bridging between the two is where we keep the planners. So planners work across demand generation as well as demand capture in a unified way. And that's how, even on a campaign planning level, we stitch the two. HP, everyone is aware, is a very known to or go-to brand for both printer category and the PC category. So in both of these, when you talk about how do I plan to reach out to the audience, the job at hand is to enable the right decisioning or right product selection for my customers. There are plethora, it's a very complex category, to be honest. There are so many parameters to consider. So what becomes really important is what to pitch to whom, right? And how you move them down the funnel. Whom you to focus on consideration building. Awareness is a lesser of a challenge because we are like almost enjoy very high awareness scores. But on the consideration, preference building, intent capturing, and then converting, that's where the tasks rest. So now, when we look at that, we bank upon the audience, try to curate that, and then look at what platforms to select. In the specific context of demand on Amazon, we focus upon Amazon as a channel, say search at brand search product ads, on capturing the intent signals. But to generate those intent signals is where Amazon DSP comes into picture. How do we get people to search more? How do we get the people to search what is the right product mix for them? And the searching or landing onto the product page happens once you have communicated the right product category or right SKU to them.
No, very interesting. We were just having this conversation backdoor before we got onto the stage. Most of the expectation is awareness and conversion. A lot of folks do forget that there is a mid-funnel of consideration which is dwelled upon the most by all of us as consumers before we actually make the final decision on purchase. And that is the most critical part that programmatic play a role into.
The messy middle.
Sorry?
The messy middle.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So that exactly is the step where I feel a lot of DAs contribute, especially Amazon, because of the ability to flow the audience without having to have any leakages. And coming to that, Karthik, maybe you want to add your view on this whole
Absolutely.
Unified flow.
Yeah, so I think we have a very neat structure called e4m, right, where you discover audiences, plan on it, activate and measure, right? So that's the e4m structure that we use. So the job really starts when marketers come to us saying that these are the pain points that we have. Can we try solving it at multiple levels? We have two examples here. One, looking at consideration upwards, and then one is awareness downwards, right? So how do we plan for such situations, right? The best place is where, when you apply this framework, you you constantly look for opportunities where you can discover new audiences, right? The overlap analysis to what kind of platforms to choose and how do we really choose platforms to the context of how the client would want. From there, you get on planning on how much budget needs to be allocated across each vehicle. And therefore, in this case, if you get Amazon, you're looking at relevant signals, which is building consideration. If I go back to my previous example I was talking about on the effective new customers that we were able to drive. So the challenge was, how do you drive more new customers? And I know for a fact that if I'm able to bring new customers to my page, I know it will convert. But can you do that? That's where ADSP really fits in. And you're able to say that we discovered so many audiences who have higher affinity to go and purchase for this category. Therefore, go activate as much to redirect them back to the product detail page, and then go about converting that across. And then obviously your SD, SP, and SB brands take over to convert across, right? And similarly for like a brand which was more into FMCG, where they were looking at better recall. I want this particular product to be having a better recall on the category that I'm going to look at, and they're launching it new. Again, the same framework plays out. Discover the audience wherever you are. In many places, you're able to really see that consideration piece that you talked about playing in really well. You have these people where you don't have to really do a mass spray and pray. You know this consideration set is ready, and go after converting that across. And we actually saw some great results on ad recall, which was a key metric for them, right? So the journey for us is continuously learning and updating on how do we make effective users of these signals and the places to activate to have better outcomes for clients.
I think great point. I'll just follow up on that one with a question around this. How are you with this whole audience backward full funnel approach, where we are trying to do some intervention at each stage of the funnel? How are you viewing the different buying models that are available and the whole safety element around it, right? There is enough and lot being spoken on this topic across forums,
sure,
and also in one-on-one conversations, because that's a persistent thing, right? To Karan mention, it's easy to buy a spot which is going to give you X reach and is going to be as per your brand guidelines, and very different when you chase the audience. The audience can go anywhere across, right? So in that view, how are you looking at your buying patterns? Like, how do you look at open auction buys versus preferred buys? How do you look at safety, and how do you address that with your set of advertisers?
Absolutely. So I think, Ashwin earlier in the keynote also touched upon this piece at large, right? How do we bring transparency there? And we are very, very particular and conscious about this piece, right? And in environments like auction, where you don't know where the placements and what are going to be there, I can look at it at two spectrums, right? One is full funnel, the other is full stack, right? These are two horizontal verticals where you can put on how we want to look at things. Now, the question again comes back to how do we discover audience, and what kind of data can I carry through and through till the end, right? Like, for example, in ADSP's case, if I can give the full stack example of full funnel, you have data coming in from A.in, you have the data kind of flowing into ADSP. In many cases, APS captures your setup, and then therefore any place that it is integrated, the data loss from the person who has actually searched, clicked, or any of that, flowing through the DSP, going via APS into the right setup, is a great place where the data loss is restricted. That's where you have effective full funnel, and therefore you redirect them back to Amazon and potentially complete the purchase. As far as full stack is concerned, and with brand safety filters, right? You have ability to integrate with any of the third-party tools, which can protect, ability for the placements going wrong, or the kind of signals, or not the right kind of ad unit, not the right kind of placement that you want to be, not the right kind of, is it actually served to a human, or is it to a bot, or to the right placement on display, data, or video, and therefore how you redirect them back. Attribution is not a problem, right? If you broadly think about it, in full stack, full funnel, three things matter, right? Supply and attribution. In data, you have absolutely the data that really gets activated across this two ways about it. Supply is where you guardrail with all the kind of third-party interventions to make sure that the supply is activated on the right place. And attribution is the user comes back to kind of fulfill that transaction. In all these spaces, if you have these guardrails in, you're able to successfully drive adoption on a auction environment, right? That brings me back from an investment lens, right? Are we rightly incentivizing the structures, right? Obviously, brand marketers are in a place to reduce cost and increase profitability, right? In this case, can we actually have a contrarian view about it? Like I'll just place it on the table. I don't know. I have strong point of views on that. Is the fact that if we want to be more auction-driven, which is more builds that consideration through the funnel, can we then incentivize that piece better than the reverse, than the placement level wise, right? Are the structures being leveled up out there? But it's a question that I would kind of debate on offsite. But broadly the way I think about it is full stack, and therefore how do you really move the pieces around to align on your marketing strategy?
I hear you on the incentive bit, and we'll talk one-on-one on that. But
if I can, I think particularly from a marketer's perspective, and I need the experts to tell me more about it, I'll tell you why sometimes we may hesitate. For example, I think one of the brand safety, I personally haven't faced it, but it's a dilemma. It could be political kind of whatever, right? So do you want to be there? Your audience is there, but do you want to be there? I think that's a dilemma. How do you? The other is, I think, a very interesting anecdote that you touched about from a TV planning point of view. We believe, I'm not sure what's the kind of inventory I'm getting. It's the old school, I have paid and I want the lowest PR. Am I getting that 12 o'clock in the midnight kind of slot, which I don't know who's seeing. So again, that's a dilemma. I'm sure Programmatic is solving for all of these, but I think those are the kind of dilemmas that we play with in terms of both when it comes to brand safety and what kind of inventory am I essentially getting.
Yeah, so likewise for HP, I think we are a brand which is a big legacy brand. Started from the garage, birthplace of Silicon Valley. We are obsessed about brand safety. We make hard decisions on blacklisting publishers, partners, sites on the brand safety aspects. So I think we take our brand very seriously in the right context. So we are obsessed with it. And I think doing justice to it, we try to look at the platforms where the basic filters are definitely in place. But the thing doesn't stop there. On top of it, we also follow a maker-checker approach where we use more sophisticated brand safety tools. So like, for example, let's talk about Amazon DSP also. It provides all the good filters which need to be in place. You can spread the sites, you can deny the list, you can choose which categories not to target, etc. These are good use cases, but we also need to see a lot more other context and use cases from the brand safety perspective, the placement perspective, the context perspective, proactive blocking as well. Not just that ad is served and then later on you are deciding, okay, it was served in the unsafe environment, so now add it to the list. But rather how proactively we can not show our ads in those contexts. And I think the tools are now allowing those third-party integration, which is a very welcoming thing. However, I think this maker-checker model is currently serving us. It's serving us well. We continue to use, I foresee it continue to be used unless we enter into a more idealistic world where these things are taken care by the programmatic platforms themselves.
No, I think this has been a sensitive topic for years now, and I do feel, and one thing I think as a part of this industry, I think we all will acknowledge that it's a very iterative process. Yeah. It's very hard to say that, okay, today I'm brand safe or I'll be brand safe tomorrow, because this is such an evolving ecosystem. It's very, very hard to do that. But I think as machine learning takes over, as systems get smarter, algorithms start deploying more aggressively, we should be able to do a better job of it. Probably what we are doing today, because we are already doing better of what we probably did yesterday. So yeah, I think it's a good point to keep a note of this conversation. Karan, I'll come to you on the next one. You know, and maybe Abhishek, you should also chip in eventually is, you know, marketers as the leaders driving a certain amount of marketing spends for your respective brands in very two distinct categories. How are you looking at and unlocking the full funnel capabilities of DSP as a platform? Some light around how you're viewing it and what is exactly a challenge that you would want to share with the group?
Sure. Actually, that's an interesting question, and we got chatting just outside, so maybe, Abhishek, you want to go first, then I'll add my perspective on it. Yeah.
Sure. So, so there are two parts to your questions. The second part is the challenge one, which we'll address later. The first part is how we are utilizing it and are there benefits that we are seeing. So let me take that first. I think actually data is the truth, right? So we dive into the data, we do experiments, we check, we do A/B testing, control exposed group experiments, we do dark period and then go live experiments. We have been doing it. We questioned ourselves whether making investments, especially in the retail context, where the product search decisioning and searching is happening online. So I don't know if many of you are aware about this, but as per reports, 65% plus people have started doing researching on marketplaces, even though they make purchase offline. And that's a very strong signal for the marketeers and media folks to delve on and decide their media strategy based upon that, tweak to that. With these things in mind, when we plan our media overall strategy plan, we look at end conversion is happening on e-tails. You talked about two categories, which HP is printers and PC. These are the two big categories we are in, and very complex categories. Now, the end sale has to happen online, say on Amazon. How can we ensure that our mid-funnel spends are getting rightly attributed and rightly mapped on the media so that the entire, A, the attribution is there, B, there is a more people addition and I would say more relevant addition funnel. Okay, so we had this tested for both the categories. Interestingly, let me talk about the print category where we did this experiment. We went dark for a very long time and on the DSP side, and then we owned it back, and while the catcher was always there on the retail side. It led to, depending upon the sub-product types, it led to a 40% to 100% increase in the brand searches. And that literally translates into more searches and more GVs, which definitely translates into more SOV and then more conversion. So think about it, a 40 to 70% increase in sub-branded search, leading to almost 20% jump on your SOV, leading to around 4 percentage points gain of market share. So that's the kind of thing. We saw this, we repeated it on the PS category and for the gaming subcategory there, similar results. So it works basically. And on the challenges front, I would say, I think we can address the challenges a bit later once we also hear from the team.
So actually, when you said full funnel, I think just again fundamentally for me, if you're operating in a category which is the frequency of purchase is much higher, or let's say if you're working or in a category which is highly competitive and you need to gain market share, probably planning for full funnel like that using a DSP may make more sense, right? Because somebody who's come into your awareness consideration, awareness and is into consideration, how to ensure I do the full funnel marketing there. Versus, for example, let's take a brand like Sivamed. I'm saying relatively still smaller. There is just a huge audience out there. While I can funnel from a campaign downwards, awareness and then consideration, equally I have enough audience sitting. Let's say Amazon DSP gives me enough signal. Here are browsers of your brand, of your direct competition. I can directly start, let's say, bottom funnel campaign separately. I can start a consideration campaign separately. So I think again, for anybody who's practicing, can you go back to fundamentals and say, what category am I operating into, what task do I have, and hence, it's not either or, right? You could today do both. You're starting a campaign from awareness and okay, now how do I take this consumer set because they're very important for me to convert, versus say I have enough and more signal to run each campaign separately.
Yeah, I think this is something also as a group we just spoke about, right? That because ADSP gives you the ability to do a campaign at individual funnel level also. I think I had a question that if I can still get a consideration audience to do conversion, we got a heads up. Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
I think Karan touched upon on that, and while it gives you at each funnel, the question is then why should I use Amazon DSP for full funnel? And I think it was a very interesting question. But I think what we do not realize that from all the complex signals and purchasing path that each consumer has, there's a lot that happens beyond that on Amazon. And that is why it is important to have parts of it running as your individual campaigns and parts of it also running as a full funnel or at least the top funnel campaigns to make sure you're increasing the pool of addressable audience consistently. With that, I think we are on time, but it was a fantastic discussion. Thank you so much once again for taking time out and being with us on the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for all our panelists for joining us today. And as our panelists are on stage, I'd like to welcome the founder of Mob Avenue Media, Tejas Rathore, to please help us and join us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warmer round of applause for the leadership on the stage. This token of appreciation is brought to you by Mob Avenue. And Tejas, we'd request you to pose as well if you can. Our photographers are looking at that smile on your face, but we'd also have the opportunity of our panelists stepping forward probably and having Tejas also in the frame, giving the token of appreciation. I think let's try that way. They'll be a little happy. Of course, thank you, Karan. Thank you so much. I wanted to thank everyone individually, but I think let's get all of them in one frame. Once again, a warmer round of applause for all our eminent leaders on stage. Abhishek, Karthik, Karan, thank you so much for joining us. Ankur, of course, thank you for curating this conversation, and Tejas for joining us and presenting the appreciation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you are enjoying this conversation brought to you by the team of Exchange for Media. Also, we're now edging towards our next talk. As we spoke right now about the new age trends in programmatic advertising, it's time for us to now go ahead to our next session when we look at talking about driving personalization and automating media buying with programmatic. I'm sure a lot of you in this space would be keen on understanding further, and we're elated that we have with us our speaker joining us, who's the Chief Digital Officer APAC of Omnichannel Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for none other than Mr. Bharat Khatri.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me? At the back, a quick shout out if you guys can hear me. Yes, perfect. A big thank you to e4m team and especially my marketing team Neha for syncing the calendar. It's been a while coming for e4m events in India. I think the last one I attended was almost 5 years back. And the brief that I got for this session was all about how are we driving personalization in the programmatic space and what else we can do to bring more automation, because the idea of programmatic initially was about automating buying and selling of ads. But over the past 1 decade, there's a lot of complexity around different technology elements. And my fellow panelist in the previous session, also I heard a lot about in the morning discussions when we talked about why there is a need of transparency and the urge of understanding the element of ad tech is very much important. So this whole session, the idea was to think about what is the element that is driving the personalization and how there is a big disruption happening. So before I go more deeper into the solution, I wanted to throw back some of the challenges that the programmatic industry is right now facing. And there is a big tectonic shift which is about to happen. So if we start thinking more about driving these personalization, most of your hyper-personalized ads are driven based on the signals on which these key advertising channels work. And it's not just programmatic. Channels like search, CTV, digital out of home, audio, you name any digital channel, all these channels are dependent on these signals. And when we talk about these traditional signals, there is a big challenge, the disruption which is happening in the industry, that these traditional signals are depleting. When I talk about these signals, I think the first thing comes to our mind, the hot topic in the news, which happened a few weeks back about Google not depreciating the third-party cookie. But eventually, if we start thinking more about these signals beyond cookies, whether it's your device ID or the IDs through which we are tracking the consumer, there is a larger challenge which is happening in the overall ecosystem. The move to privacy is not just one force, it's a unifying force. And today I'm speaking not only on behalf of Omnichannel Media Group as the Chief Digital Officer for Asia Pacific market, I also represent here IAB Southeast Asia in India, which is a private council which talks about how we bring a lot of guardrails in terms of the safety and the elements, how consumers use internet. So while there are challenges that consumers are raising and asking more about the use of their data and how a lot of the consumer data is being misused, there is also a lot of debate happening in terms of the browser aspect. And while browsers are doing their policy changes, in the last 3 years, if you talk about Safari, Firefox, they've already depreciated third-party cookies. And Chrome, I would say they have done the smartest move on the planet because they were facing a lot of challenges with the regulators, which is also the third force which is driving this privacy angle. The smartest move from them was, we never depreciate the cookie. It's the user saying, I don't want to have access to my data when I'm using Chrome as a browser. While there are challenges from a regulator standpoint, we are also seeing a lot of media platforms trying to become more thicker and taller walls. And when I talk about these walls, it's not just the duopoly which is bringing the walled garden narrative, but you talk about any streaming platform, you talk about any social platform, everyone is scared about misuse of their consumer data. So we see a larger force coming into gameplay. While a lot of people think about simplification in terms of, in my market, my 60% spends are already happening on CTV. I'm not using any cookies. I'm using first-party data, device ID. But things are becoming more complex. And the entire industry is only focusing right now on the consumer targeting side. And everyone thinks about use cases. If there is no third-party cookie, can I use contextual signals? If there is a third-party cookie, can I use my first-party data to inference? But there is a larger ecosystem shift which is happening when we talk about measurement. And without the right measurement attribution models, the open web might not exist. So while we're discussing about some of the challenges that we are seeing, for every brand manager or every publisher sitting in the room, you have to start thinking about what is going to impact in your media investment. Because this problem of privacy and the signal getting lost is not just going to impact the personalization that we want programmatic or the dynamic creatives that we keep talking about. It's also about the investment that you're doing on programmatic versus a closed ecosystem like a search and social. So as a market, you have to do your analysis, your audit. And as Omnicom, we are working closely with all the brands to help them understand how they can do a quick audit to understand which investment is it going to impact. Because every brand is investing in a different strategy in different markets. Some brands are heavily investing on top funnel versus low funnel. Some brands in other markets are still at a growth and acquisition mode. So you have to think about what is your investment strategy with all this disruption happening. While these signal changes are bound to happen, we also have to think about how are we going to plan, target, and most importantly, like I said, measure the media spends what we do. So it's not just about programmatic. It's also about understanding that without these signals, there will be too much fragmentation. And when I say fragmentation, we are already dealing with a lot of fragmentation. Someone like me who started my journey 16 years back had the dream of single consumer view. A 360 view where I can see what my consumer is doing on social platform, what are they searching, what are they buying. That dream never existed in reality. And now with all these challenges and the signals, I don't know whether in the future we will still be able to do a single consumer view. So there are tactical challenges that will be happening in the space with more fragmentation, whether it is media planning, activation, or measurement. So while these challenges are bound to happen, we are starting thinking about what are the capabilities that will get degraded. And I will come very soon on how the new capabilities can still help you drive the personalization and automate media buying on programmatic. But it is important to think about some of the capabilities that might not exist in the future. So think about fundamental capabilities like frequency management. Without third-party, without these signals, consumers are not happily sharing data with you that they've already seen your ad 4 times on platform A, and they don't want to see your ads again on platform B. So there might be more wastage of ad dollars happening because of this increased fragmentation. We might see certain capabilities like cross-platform measurement. People, anyone from the analytics teams in the room? Anyone doing triple M's, MTA, multi-touch attribution modeling? There is a big impact which is going to happen in the measurement phase, because without these third-party cookies, we will not be able to attribute which platform drive the action on your site, which platform finally gave you the conversion. Is the eyeball that got an exposure on a CTV device watching your content prime time 9 p.m.? Or is it the same user doing a Google search and we should allocate all my budgets on search? So measurement is going to be challenged. And while these capabilities are degrading, we have started thinking about how can we move into new adaptive capabilities. So think about capabilities. I'm sure the first one, which everyone is talking about, audience creation. So how every brand have to start their journey on creating their own audiences, whether it's about the value exchange with consumer to do the first party data, whether it's about finding the right retailers like Amazon, where you can leverage the retail data and harness that data to create an audience graph. And at the same time, we are also seeing a lot of probabilistic project graphs, which will help you understand how the audiences that you have created will deliver better efficient reach across the internet. What capabilities are going to adapt? The idea of the session was also to bring more aspect about, from this area of disruption, where should we pivot? And the whole industry right now is thinking about how can I leverage creative as the new targeting. And when I'm saying creative as the new targeting, there is already too much content on the internet. And if I talk about the attention span of a consumer is already declining. With all these attention span challenges, not just for Gen Z, but all the audiences, everyone expects the creative and the content to be personalized. And not even personalized, it has to be hyper-personalized. Forget about programmatic. Whatever media you will drive, creative will be the new targeting. Because every brand is already doing demo, geo, affinity, location, device type, past purchase. So there is already too much friction which is happening, which is increasing the cost of media. So how can we leverage creative as the new targeting? And guess what? The new guy who is here to help us shine this, solve the problem, is definitely our approach towards using Gen AI. A lot of people think that AI was invented November 2022 when ChatGPT was launched, but the media industry is using AI for more than 2 decades. But the challenge is, we as media industry always thought about using AI to bring cost efficiency. How can I reduce the cost of acquisition? How can I do better targeting? How can I bring more efficiency? And this is the first time in which the media industry is now thinking about using generative AI to do demand creation. There is a lot of problem which is happening in global economic. Recession, uncertainty, brands are already cutting their marketing budgets, and this is where Gen AI looks to be a sole force which is driving towards new demand creation. And I will talk about in the demo session how we can use Gen AI to create new demands, new pockets of cohort to drive incremental business advantage for brands. So while Gen AI is supercharging creativity, a lot of brands are already obsessed with it. And there are different brands who are leveraging Gen AI not just for creative and content creation, but also people like us who are trying to automate and simplify the way we buy media, the way we plan media, and definitely how we measure efficiency on media. So I quickly talk about some of the key initiatives that we did last year. So as Omnicom Media Group, we are very proud to say that we were the first holding group globally to get into an enterprise level partnership with some of these big holding groups like Google, Amazon, Meta, or even the likes of Microsoft. What we did, we leveraged their large language models, which is actually disrupting the whole generative AI space, to create our own ecosystem. So leveraging their entire large language models, we try to think about how can we build our own closed ecosystem so that we can use these large language models, same models what you're using like a ChatGPT, to train our own data sets. And the need of this closed ecosystem was definitely required because we want standard outputs for all our employees. As Omnicom, we have rolled out this product across 60 markets. More than 10,000 people are using it actively. So there was a greater responsibility on us to ensure that when they're prompting it to create a brand ad or to create a media plan, the output has to be standardized. While we started thinking about creating our own ecosystem, like Uncle Ben says, with great power comes great responsibility. And while navigating this whole ecosystem of integrating all the large language model together to automate media buying planning, we already realized that it's something, that moment when you think that you have discovered the new fire. But sadly, we also realize fire can burn. And that's where we start thinking about how can we build our own AI task force. So we have a global AI task force which ensures that there is enough diversity, there is enough compliance in terms of what data are we using to train these models and what is the output that we are using. But the whole idea is all about that we want to amplify creativity of our employees, not to replace any humans. This is where we created a solution called Omni Assist. So Omni is a global open orchestrating marketing platform. Every market we have housed around about 30 to 40 applications. All our employees access this platform day in, day out to do media planning, buying, activation, and all these applications help them analyze different cohorts of audiences, what should they buy, do channel planning, how much investment on digital versus offline versus TV. And this is where we thought about how can we bring generative AI to connect all these applications and harness the power of automation. So I'll quickly play the video. Before the video, I wanted to talk about that these were some of the challenges that we were solving. And these are the agents, what you think about. So these are our AI agents, which is almost like an extended arm for our employees. So rather than they manually doing the media planning of audience intelligence, finding the right cohort, or identifying which influencer they should work, they can actually give the tasks to these agents and free up their time so that they can spend more quality time in building strategy for our brands. So I'll quickly show you a demo to understand how these agents come to life and how as Omnicom we are automating the entire media process, not just programmatic. So this is how the platform looks like. Everyone have a personalized view based on the application that we have browsed in. For this demo, I thought about launching a new brand in athleisure and sports category. I know the yoga pants are still in trend in India. So if think about, these are some brand inputs what we have got as the brief. Just using Omni Assist as a feature, I'm running the same large language model to understand which audiences I should target. So on a single click, I'm able to create audience cohort. But while I created the audience cohort, I wanted to understand the cultural trend. And for cultural trend, we use NLP, which is natural language processing, to scan the open internet. So we have built another agent which actually do all the scanning so that I don't have to manually search for the right content. I don't have to manually read all these articles. So using the simple prompt, Omni Assist also helps not just media cohorts, but also the cultural trend which is happening in the category. While I've used the cohort and the category, the next task is also about creating the audiences. And this whole workflow, what you're seeing, is also accessed by our clients. So when we started thinking about audience creation, this ugly chart is something what I get from most of the platform, whether I work with any third-party platform like a Lotame, or even if I go in the big platforms and create audiences, this is how the understanding look like. So we have deployed GenAI to simplify the audience language. What this language talks about, who is this audience, what are they buying, what are their buying behavior. The next task was fusing this audience into another ecosystem. And since we are talking about privacy first without IDs, we are now using GenAI to transcribe these audiences into different world. So we use the same functionality, partnered with Google on Vertex AI, and we are fusing this audience into the Google ecosystem without any cookies, without any device IDs, to understand what these audiences are watching on YouTube, how their affinity look like. And the next task was doing the media planning. So how can we use GenAI to create different scenarios of budgeting? If the brand is looking for incremental revenue, what should be the right allocation? So these are multiple use cases in which the people at Omnicom are now powering GenAI to get the work done from these agents in automation. And this is another agent which is actually helping us understand what are the right influencers that we should work with. What is the logical reasoning on selecting one influencer on another influencer? So while you have seen a lot of activities that we are building around planning, activation, this is another test that we are doing with Google using their Imagen 3, which is text-to-image model. We are fusing the same audiences into Google Imagen 3, which copyright protected, privacy insured, to now start thinking about how can we build our creative storyboarding. So the same yoga enthusiast audiences that we built is now being pushed into Imagen 3 model. And using this Imagen 3 model, we are able to do little bit of storyboarding at this stage. But I'm sure the way we are progressing on these LLMs, 6 months down the line, we will be able to create an actual video ad campaign as well. And then the last is personally my favorite, because when I started, every day my manager used to ask, have you seen the dashboard? What numbers are performing in the dashboard? And there was already a lot of complexity in these dashboards. So we are now bringing Gen AI to do simple prompting and give people like me what element is working for my campaign. Is it the creative? Is it the channel? So this is how we are solving the problem of automation for media planner. The next task, which was again quite fascinating for me to solve over the past 18 months, was about activation. And when we talk about media activation, it was always challenging whether you are a search practitioner, social, or programmatic. Like I said, the fragmentation is going to increase. You will have to manage multiple platforms. You will have to manage multiple DSPs. So how can we bring AI to solve this problem? And that's where we have created a tool called Omni Activation AI. This tool actually sits like a plugin on a trader's desktop. And once he uploaded this plugin, it actually starts navigating across the ecosystem. While we started thinking about navigating across the ecosystem, we realized all these platforms are already building their AI capability to automate media buying. If you think about Google, they have Performance Max. If you think about Meta, they have Advantage Suite Plus. Somewhere down the line, the platforms were already offering AI capabilities to automate media buying. But sadly, like I said, everyone thinks that they have discovered fire in the form of new AI, but the fire can burn. And that's where the brand safety issues started popping up. These are real use cases. The image on the left is generated by Performance Max for a brand in UK. And the UK regulators actually sued the brand, not to Google, because Google said that the brand has used AI to create the ad assets. So this is where there are a lot of guardrails which is required when you're using platform-based AI capability. You need more customization based on your brand guidelines. We work closely with a brand called Diageo Alco Beverage globally. For that brand, we can't target kids content. That's against the guideline. We can't target someone who is already addictive with drinking if we are seeing some signals available on internet, because that's against the responsible drinking guideline. So every brand have to think about how can you build AI, because AI is definitely going to give better result, but you have to think about your customized approach. From a customization, if you're thinking about building your own AI solution or thinking about partnering with us like Omnicom, you have to think about breaking down the solution what the platforms are making into 3 levers. The first lever is about how can you deploy AI to create inclusion and exclusion list, because every brand have their guidelines on what content you are allowed to advertise. With Performance Max, Demand Gen, Advantage Suite Plus, all these platform-based AI, there is no control as a buyer. You can't bring your negative keyword list. You can't do exclusion, inclusion. So this is where you have to think about your own solution. So what we have leveraged AI to do inventory creation. Give you a recent example would be, I know the sponsor is Amazon Ads, so maybe this is my time to bring Amazon Ad prompt. In India, we are working closely with a brand called Versuni, formerly known as Philips. They have a lot of consumer appliances, and for one of their appliances called air fryer, what we did, we leveraged AI to identify the content on internet where people are reading about how to use air fryer to make recipes easy. If you do Google it out, there's enough content, there is enough Instagram reels, there is enough YouTube videos, and there is enough written articles where you can think about a massive population in India is thinking about what recipes I can do a quick hack using air fryer. So we used AI to identify this brand safe, relevant inventory for Versuni, package this inventory into a programmatic deal, and we send this deal onto Amazon DSP. And using Amazon DSP, we already had access to leveraging the retail data. People who are in market to buy an air fryer. So the combination of a retail data set as well as using AI to bring inventory curation is the gold mine spot for brands to leverage. The second task is about finding your own custom algorithm. And to make it more easy for you to understand, we work closely with all the auto brands globally. 70% of auto spends globally is being managed by Omnicom Media Group. If you think about any auto brand, the way we think about Daimler, VW Group, Skoda, Porsche, Audi, every brand we have now mapped impression to sale journey. Once the ad is being exposed, the click is done, the user has filled a form, test drive is done, which car variant is he interested, which dealer are they visiting, all these data is tracked. So how can we leverage this data, build our own custom algorithm to understand people who just bought the car or people who just filled the test drive form, what color of creative they like, what time of the day when they like the ad, what platform they were watching the ad, what was the language of the creative. So all the ad impressions that we are burning right now are generating more than 2,000 log variables. So how you can harness these variables, create your own custom algorithm so that when the right audience is on the right placement at the right time, you can actually maximize your bid. And I showed this use case in the real platform, how it works. And then the third was automation from a workflow lens. Every trader is now setting up 30 to 40 line items, whether it's Google, Meta, LinkedIn. So how can we automate the workflow automation on all these creation of lines as well as management? So this is where we have created Omni Activation AI. So I'll quickly play this small video to give you a context how this works. Within this tool, there are 3 offerings. One is performance AI, second is targeting AI, and the third is creative AI. So every client have their own firewall because when we are using the AI to train their model, we don't want to leverage a brand data to harness the valuables as well as the performance for any other brand. So every brand have their own firewall. And once we connect the plugin with our media buying platforms like Google and Meta, we start thinking about how can we use AI to find new targeting. How can we leverage a data which is doing good job on Google into a Meta platform? Think about there are certain keywords which is driving great results for you on Google search. How can you leverage them when you're buying ads on Meta? Or if there is a one creator through which you are getting maximum ROI because that creator audiences really love your brand, how can you leverage that insight from a Meta into a YouTube Shorts? So this is where targeting AI harness your performance across media spends, understand historic analysis, and we have also connected open web platform, SimilarWeb, SEMrush, so that we can utilize the competition data which is available on internet. So bringing all these elements together, we are now able to create new targeting cohorts. And these are the targeting cohorts which are helping us do demand creation, finding opportunity for revenue incremental. And there is enough customization available. So as a trader, as a brand, in your guidelines, you can bring your negative keyword list. So there is too much customization which we have built to ensure the brand safety guidelines. So while these cohorts are being built, a great example is for one of my favorite brand, McDonald's. Guess what? On weekend, health and fitness as a cohort gives us the maximum ROAS in most markets. The reason is, for health and fitness guys, weekend is the cheat day. So if Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to spend media budget targeting McDonald's guy who's the regular guy eating Monday to Friday, my ROASs are down. So this is how leveraging AI to break the human biasness, because when we are doing media planning, there is enough biasness in our thought process. The second is the targeting AI, which is actually basically doing bid and budget multiplication. So whichever line is performing good across Google, Meta, Trade Desk, DV360, LinkedIn, we are doing bid and budget multiplication. Increase the budget in real time, change the bid scores, and we are able to do this at a scale across the industries. So there are greater examples what we have built. And then the last one is about leveraging this into the creative aspect. So whatever data elements we are tracking across the internet, how can we harness these elements and build relevant ads, which is about the dynamic ad creation using Gen AI. So there are certain use cases which again we'll talk about for brands like McDonald's and DBS in India. We have leveraged the same tool to build relevant cohorts and ads using the same technology. So it's the same power of Gen AI is now able to understand what keyword, what cohort is performing, and how can I leverage that to create ad copies? How can I do A/B testing? Which category will drive more performance? Is it the home loan category or the education loan category? And what should be my tagline on the platform? So this is how all the leveraging is coming into action. I'll quickly play this small 1-minute video for you to get the context how VW Group is leveraging this tool to bring dynamic creation as well as automation in media. Sound is on.
The VAM Content Intelligence team have created a unique new solution that provides Volkswagen with valuable insights and control like never before. The powerful proprietary AI tool describes the DNA of each image in a collection. AI and machine learning look at the marketing assets and make recommendations and predictions to improve targeted content. When linked to campaign performance data from Seismic, for example, the tool gives the user detailed results, providing key insights by categorizing the content and showing how well it performed, and whether it originated from central or local adaptations. This can then be linked back to the master asset. Ratings show the performance of campaigns and individual assets, allowing Volkswagen marketing to quickly and easily adapt campaigns, even when live. As data for campaigns are collated over time, this will enrich recommendations and analysis, enhancing our understanding of successes across the business, empowering us to improve the performance of our marketing, and identifying where we can invest for greatest impact.
Whatever I've shown today is all available in India, live. We have people from Omnicom sitting in the audience group. We have people for networking outside. So please do connect if you have any relevant brief. The opportunity and the challenge what we bring for you is once you activate these AI-based power plugins, we guarantee that we can improve your baseline. It's not about guaranteeing outcomes. You already have your baseline, whether you are looking for test drive, video views, sales, footfalls, whatever is your baseline, we challenge that we can improve that baseline by 10%, else we will not charge for any services that we offer. So that's it from my side. I'll do a quick recap to think about that privacy is going to bring the fundamental change, how we buy media, how we plan media, how we activate. So think about privacy by design, privacy first initiatives for your organization as well. The second is all about, this is a big tectonic shift happening because of Gen AI. So as a brand manager, you have to think about how you will create new user experience using the technology and the machines. And then the last is, this is the right time for you to embrace the technologies, because if you go into an unexpected zone, it's okay, because everyone is testing out, but be at the forefront. The opportunity cost of not doing and leveraging these would be higher than using it at this stage. That's it from my side. Thank you for being a great audience.
Thank you, Bharat. I must say your comeback, you said after 5 years to e4m must be power-packed, because we can see the audience right till the end of the hall and everyone standing and watching your session. With that being said, let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And if I could now request Merlin Coutinho, VP Marketing and Brand Solutions, to please join us and help us in a token of appreciation to Mr. Bharat Khatri. I think a roaring round of applause for the both of them. And thank you, Merlin, for joining us. And of course, we'd request you to please give a token of appreciation brought to you by Mob Avenue, and it's getting presented on stage. And thank you once again, Mr. Khatri, for joining us the same. So ladies and gentlemen, a lot brewing in the conversations, and right now we're going to be heading towards our next bit. We're talking about unveiling the how behind programmatic wins. The real-time, real-world programmatic success stories shared by brands and agencies. Now, this entire panel discussion looks at talking about the challenges being faced by the brands and agencies, which I'm sure a lot of us would relate to. We're also, after talking about challenges, we're looking at talking about the solutions as well as strategies which lie ahead. We're looking at talking about those success stories and the results which are obtained from these. The key learnings, the best practices. In total, what we're looking at talking about is how do we excel in programmatic advertising. So ladies and gentlemen, on this front, we have some great leaders who are going to be joining us on this panel. We have leadership from Air India, we have leadership from Cipla Health, we have leadership from Tata Communications, we have leadership from Dentsu, and we have leadership from LS Digital Group. Trust me, it's going to be a great power-packed panel which we have curated for you to get the key insights. Well, without further ado, let's call upon our panelists on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, first up, the session will be moderated by Mr. Vedavyas Badri, DVP Programmatic LS Digital Group. Let's give him a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Badri. Thank you for joining us. Extremely on the left, as per the creative, we'd like you to be seated. We'd also like to request and welcome our panelists on stage, Mr. Aditya Kumar, Head Growth and Performance Marketing, Air India. Thank you, Aditya, for joining us. Let's give our gentleman a warmer round of applause as we welcome him. Mr. Sachin Mishra, Digital Marketing Lead, Cipla Health. Welcome, Mr. Mishra. Let's give him a warmer round of applause as we welcome our leader. Mr. Saugata Bagchi, Head Global Digital and Content Marketing, Tata Communications. A warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our leader. Thank you, Mr. Bagchi, for joining us. Mr. Tushar Gupta, SVP Programmatic, Amplify, the supply side management platform of Dentsu. Let's give Mr. Gupta a warmer round of applause. So we just request you all to be seated as per the creative if possible. Tushar, you're on next to Vedavyas, and if you can just shuffle yourself a little bit so that we can get the right placements for all the viewers who are watching us live as well. With that being said, I think Sachin's out here, Saugata, perfect. Saugata, would you like to swap? Yeah, just let me try to get the final bit in play. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd not like to take any further time as we have our moderator who's going to be curating it. Over to you, Mr. Badri, to take it forward.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thrilled actually to welcome you all for this session, right? And I'm grateful for Exchange for Media for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, right, with this distinguished panel. And well, myself, Vedavyas Badri, I head the programmatic team at LS Digital Group, and will be moderating this session, and would like to know more about stories and the success stories and solutions and challenges from each one of the panelists. Right, before we dive into our topic for today, which is how behind the programmatic success stories, I would like to request panelists to introduce themselves to the audience here.
Hi guys, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's a privilege to be on such a stellar panel. My name is Tushar. I lead the programmatic arm for Dentsu. I'm a part of Amplify, which is into trading and buying, and I've been in the industry for over 15 years now.
Thanks, Tushar. Thanks to Anurag and Media for having me here today. I'm Saugata. I've been with the Tata Group, Tata Communications for about 5.5 years now, and prior to that with WPP and Omnicom. It's been a good journey in Tata Comms, and I would like to share some of that here as to how an enterprise B2B organization can leverage the benefits that programmatic has to offer and actually show tangible results and not just vanity metrics as we are prone to get trapped into. So more of that as we speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Saugata. Inside, I lead digital marketing for Cipla Health. So this is the OTC consumerized division of Cipla Pharma. So we manage brands like Nicotex, Cough Cells, Omnichannel, and so. So there is a notion that healthcare brands are not able to build digital media as good as FMCG brands. So we have broken over the past 4 years rather. And I'll take you through the journey that I've had before this at Group M and now at Cipla Health. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditya. I'm part of Air India. I'm sure every one of you knows Air India. I need not introduce Air India to you. I head growth marketing for them, and I've been with them for about more than a year now, and extremely delighted to be part of this group.
Thank you for the introductions, guys. So I would like to start with you, Saugata, right? Moving on to the first question, right? What was your first experience like in adopting programmatic as a media channel in your overall media mix, right? And did it help you fill any gaps, or let's say, what gaps it helped you fill as such?
So, like I was saying, I came to Tata Communications from the agency side, and when you're on the agency side, and Tushar can probably attest to that, one tends to think that programmatic is a way of life, right? There's nothing that can exist without programmatic in today's digital-led marketing ecosystem. And when I went to my boss for the first time with a programmatic plan, he was like, "हमारे यहाँ ये नहीं चलता है. We are in a different business. आप बाहर से आए हो, आप समझ जाओगे." So from then to now, we've shown a healthy CAGR of upwards of 30% in terms of our outcomes, in terms of our investments and so on. So getting that whole concept that programmatic is not something which is only meant for FMCG or D2C brands, but because you're talking to a customer whose expectations in terms of information are pretty similar to what they are in other industries, and programmatic helps you deliver that with efficiency, with precision, at a very effective cost, and with the right kind of targeting and frequency that you require. It was a mindset shift that I had to bring around, and that took about a couple of years, but now we are here. The gaps that it helped us fill, I think all of us will attest to that, and so will the audience. From a spray and pray campaign practice, we're now more focused, more targeted, far more efficient, and the results are speaking for themselves. So I would say that's how the journey has been.
I mean, hearing it from you, I think it's like a pure sales thing, right? I mean, we at agencies struggle to get brands on board on programmatic. Hearing you say that it has been a great success, definitely will influence others also to kind of get onto programmatic. Great. I would like to move on to Aditya, right? How has been your experience in adopting programmatic, and what gaps it helped you fill?
Sure. So I think, as most of you know, I mean, Air India is in the midst of a huge transformation, and I think there are almost like a million eyes literally watching us as to what we are doing and when things are expected to change and so on and so forth. That kind of expectation, I think it's very important for us as a brand to sort of put out the communication in a very transparent manner to the consumers. And that required a channel which had huge reach. And mind you, we're not talking just about India, we're talking about globally. So I think we generally, the go-to channels for us have been the usual Google and the Facebooks of the world. And for us to basically evaluate something beyond that was largely triggered by this need to sort of really spread the word out, communicate very sharply about what we are doing, what is changing, what is expected to change. And I think for that pure reason, I think we decided that we need to sort of offer a channel like a programmatic, had a programmatic ecosystem put in place to sort of spread the word, that right word of mouth out. So I think that's where it just came into the picture.
Great, great. I mean, when it is about to reach more number of people in shorter period of time with different ad formats as such, I think programmatic is the channel to get on with. Now, having heard from brand, of course, I know Sachin is also from brand, but I would like to hear the perspective of Tushar, who kind of comes from agency background. How has been your journey, right, managing programmatic, right, at Dentsu?
So I think I'm from a slightly different perspective, because coming from an agency side, things are really different. So my first experience with programmatic, in fact, when I got acquainted with programmatic, it was quite transformative because of the data-centric approach. And we get a lot of questions from our clients, why we should move to programmatic. And there's a lot of advantages. We have to, prove ourselves at every point of time that why programmatic adds value. Some of which I can talk about right now, the questions and also the answers to that. Basically, the marketeers earlier were restricted to limited audiences, right? They were working only with broader audience segments. Programmatic gives you enhanced targeting with precision at scale. A lot of clients, after talking to them over years, we have realized that they're sitting on a large pool of first-party data, which was unleveraged. And only in the last 4 years, when this cookieless narrative came into the picture, they became serious about leveraging that data, right? So programmatic gave them the ability to leverage that first-party data with the insights that they are getting from their third-party segments and actually activating that in real time, right? So basically, they are able to harness that energy. Also, one of the major challenge or question comes from the client on the transparency part, right? And I think programmatic is the most transparent way of buying media because you get access to complete supply chain, right? And with the supply chain, you also get to know where your ads are actually placed, what kind of performance you are getting. And with that also comes greater control. So earlier you were used to rely on publisher level data and all those things, but right now you have the complete control over the campaign. You can just shift gears at any moment of time. You can direct your budgets from one line item to the best performing one and, optimize your campaigns better. Apart from that, I think while programmatic bridges all these gaps, at the same time, it also gives you a lot of cost and operational efficiencies. With the use of AI, today marketeers are able to, transfer the mundane tasks like campaign setup, execution, reporting, and focus more on the strategy and the creative innovation part. So it gives you more agility, and it gives you a measurable way of buying media.
Great. I mean, that's purely an agency talking, right? AI, audience, creative innovations, first-party data, cookieless, right? Hopefully, I mean, of course, it's there. Cookieless world is out there, but I think there is some time to reach there. But being prepared on
only thing you left out was CDP.
Maybe CDP more to do with the brands, right? So, yeah. Fair, great, Tushar. Now, since you have been on both the sides of the coin, right, being on the agency side and the brand side, I would love to hear from you what has been your journey like.
Yeah, thanks, Ved. So, honestly, I would like to ditch brand side and agency side both in this case. And my core is a media planner, so I'll come from the POV of a media planner. We all speak about the benefits of programmatic buying and how it has helped and how it is helping right now, but nobody's talking about the transition that happened, like what was it before programmatic and what is it that programmatic came and added value to. So if you see until 2015, 2016, programmatic was just getting launched and very few brands were starting to adopt programmatic buying. Before 2015, 2016, like if I talk about ComScore today, most of the people won't know what ComScore is. We used to look at ComScore and whichever top categories are there, whichever top websites are there in the category, we honestly used to go and speak to those websites, and we used to take CPM-based plans, and my media plan would have been a Hindustan Times or a Times of India, or it would have been a Money Control or an Economic Times, all CPM buys, all duplicated media, all wastage of money. Now, this was pure inventory buying. Programmatic is audience buying. The power of audience buying, that is the base of programmatic. Effective targeting, ad formats, all that is a layer, but audience buying is something that we moved to from inventory buying, and that has added a lot of value. So be it multiple DSPs or SSPs, ad exchanges and all, DV360 still holds a very big value whenever it comes to planning, be it programmatic or non-programmatic buyers also we can work out on DV360. So the targeting leverage, the deduplication leverage, non-wastage of money, adding more value to clients' advertising dollars, that is what programmatic has enabled us over the past 8 to 10 years, and that is where we are also moving on. If you see, digital media has grown significantly on the base of programmatic itself in the past 8 years. Before that, it was crawling, lingering here and there on inventory buying. There were agencies that would propose only publishers they had VDs or annual deals with. Today, that is not the case. We are not stuck with individual publisher buying, and programmatic through audience buying has given us that leverage. From a media planner's point of view, the media plans that are being made today are much more effective than they would have been without programmatic before. So that's the importance of programmatic in today's life. This is something that people might know, people might not know, but people miss to address this biggest advantage of programmatic today. That's what
Very, very true. I mean, media consolidation, right, plays a big role, and it's great to hear from you, right, managing Cipla, that how important is media consolidation, how it can actually save you a lot of monies, which can be reinvested to kind of reach to more users. And again, audience plays a big role as well, right? Without audience, I think it's pure media buying.
I'll give you an example on that. So it's not about reinvesting into media. While I'm on the brand side now, and I look at it from the brand manager's perspective as well. In the brand manager's, while if I'm in an agency, I'm a media planner, my entire circle of my work profile is media. When I look at it from the client's POV, media is a small part in the brand manager's entire portfolio. So if money is getting saved in media or supply chain or production anywhere, the person is able to prioritize, to put that money into priorities which are important for him, be it creating a new ad, be it launching a new NPD or so on. So the monies that digital media, so to say, has been able to save through programmatic have been very valuable to clients across multiple functions they work out.
True that. Yeah. Great. So those are some really interesting stories on how, when, and why of programmatic from brands and agencies. Would like to move to the next one, right, wherein I would love to hear some success stories, right, on the programmatic. And again, I would like to start with you, Sagat, on that.
I'm afraid I'll not be able to give out actual numbers, right? But I can say this. My role is actually a global role. So I'm responsible for 7 or 8 primary markets. Before we started off programmatic in Tata Communications, digital's role, the way it used to be managed, I think, and Vipin touched upon it briefly, was here are X amount of dollars, go and get me so many leads, and then we'll see what happens, right? It was very, very sporadic, very spray and pray, as I was saying earlier. Now, on the back of proper audience-based buying and targeting, I still remember as a team, we were able to crack a deal with a customer, and I'm talking enterprise B2B, right? So this deal was generated online. The requirement was generated online. It was serviced mostly online over emails and calls and communications. And I'm talking about the COVID period. And it was sold online. And since then, it has now become a matter of success for us, or a matter of habit for us, I might say, wherein on an average, we are contributing close to about 8% of the company's new business on a year-on-year basis. And I'm talking of numbers which are upwards of a few billions here, right? So with the ROI that we are getting, that we're able to demonstrate, the depth of engagement that we're able to demonstrate with the target group customers and the target accounts that we have, as well as the conversions that we're able to generate. And not only that, so it's not about marketing blowing its own trumpet here. I do very frequent conversations with sales leaders across the different markets, right? And right from the region head to the account manager who's in that particular account day in and day out, spending time with the customers, actually has come back and reported a very high level of awareness, a very high level of meaningful awareness, where they actually know what the company is, what the kind of propositions we are putting on the table, what kind of solutioning we are bringing to the table, and that has aided them in actually driving a lot more business driving conversations and so I think the point that you made was very valid. It's not only about putting money back into marketing or back into digital, but it's also about reinvesting in those areas of priority, which has multiple outcomes for the business as a whole.
Got it. So, Sachin, I mean, just to add to the question, right? Along with success stories, you already spoke about audiences, right? How important are creatives, right, when it comes to the overall success of the campaign, keeping in mind, right, as you said rightly, from the age before programmatic to programmatic, how the creatives have evolved and how are we using creatives as of now when it comes to programmatic, get the success out of the campaign?
That's a good question, but honestly, there are a lot of challenges over there. First and foremost challenge, you being from the agency side, leading programmatic, you'll understand, brands don't understand programmatic that well. So so it's basically a TVC that has been worked out to run on TV. That same video clip, talking in context of FMCG and healthcare, they'll give me the same creative to be done on digital without understanding what is the extent to which programmatic can deliver in terms of creative optimization. So dynamic creative optimization is one small thing, but multiple such creative optimization measures can be taken upon programmatic, saving advertising dollars again, and helping also you to understand which communication is working better with my consumer, or rather which consumer. So there are different consumer sets as well. If I talk about doing an A/B testing using a script for a TVC with audiences through any research agency, that might take 1 to 1.5 months, maybe 2 months, and your consumer pool is also very small. It's 3,000, 1,500 at best. A/B testing is one of the most important things that programmatic has brought in, saving a lot of time, saving a lot of advertising dollars. Brand is able to understand which script is working for them, which tagline is working for them, and that sort of a test which gets delivered in 2 to 3 weeks, they're able to then extrapolate it on a larger scale, be it on out-of-home, TV, print, any other media platform. So creative has certainly helped in terms of optimizations, which again I would say we ignore. It becomes a general business as usual task when it comes to, okay, this creative did perform in that certain manner, these 10 creatives were there, let's continue with those and will deliver to us. So experimentation is something that is possible, but not many of us do that. Not not many of us want to move out of the comfort zone and try those things out. So I would still say it is very untapped in the biggest advertiser space, which is FMCG and healthcare today. So creative optimization certainly helps, but it's untapped right now.
Yeah, very important to do A/B testings, right? Understanding the overall performance of the creatives on a day-to-day basis. Again, DCO, moment marketing, personalization is also very important, right? It's that, what do you say, flavor of being very close to the user that we are tapping into. Aditya, how has been, what kind of success stories have you seen on the programmatic front at your end?
I think we've deployed programmatic, especially overseas. I think we've deployed programmatic channels in markets like Europe, USA, and I think we've seen encouraging results in terms of what the brand lift studies have sort of reported. We've seen lift in terms of awareness, we've seen lift in terms of consideration as well. So I think it's been a positive sort of results there. Just taking on the point on creative, I think from the creative, obviously audience creatives, one cannot overstate their importance. It's the fundamental bedrock of what we do. At Air India, I think we've taken extra steps to ensure that we have the right alignment between the creative and the channel. So, like Sachin was mentioning, there were days when you would just have a TVC and then that would get adapted to different mediums. Now, I think the change that we've tried to incorporate in our setup is that we want to take the channel view first, and looking at the channel, try and develop the creative strategy basis that. So it's a digital outdoor hoarding versus an audio platform like a Spotify that we're kind of leveraging. The creative strategy essentially from there. So we've tried to reverse the cycle in that sense, not have a creative first and then adapt it. Look at the channel first and then sort of figure out what's the right creative for it. So I think that is working well for us, and we hope to sort of continue on that.
Good point. So choosing the right channel and the right creative for it, and at the same time having the right tech in place to measure the performance of the overall campaign through brand lift studies and other tools as such. Great, Aditya. What about you, Tushar?
So I think coming from an agency side, we see a lot of success stories on a regular basis for our clients. And if you go by industry reports, and as Sachin mentioned that, in 2015-16, when programmatic came into picture, there was very less adoption. And now in the course of 10 years, you will see that as per industry reports, there is almost 46% of the budget goes to programmatic in an average media plan. So I would say that that itself is a success story to look out for. And if I talk about Dentsu, we have seen legacy brands who used to spend hardly 2%, 5%, who started off with that kind of an experimentation budget and now spending up to 20% only on programmatic. The rest of the 20% is for the walled gardens, right? So again, there are a lot of success stories we can talk about. One campaign I can talk about, again, not promoting Dentsu here, but yes, one of the things that, most of the client partners would have tried weather ads, but we did something different. For one of our brands, we did some innovation, which was on weather ads, wherein an APAC first innovation, wherein there is a weather trigger that gets triggered when there is certain conditions met, and you're able to see that campaign in a CTV ecosystem, right? So it gave a lot of, it was very receptive. We were able to reach more than 1 million unique households. Viewability was great. Completion rates were up to 90%. So, right, so it was a very relevant and contextual way of targeting. I think that's something that I can quote right now.
Great. API integrations to programmatic, right? And possible moment marketing as well.
So, well, if I may just add a point here, I think when we talk about creatives, it's also very important to think about the brief, right? What programmatic has helped us do, given the data that we collect and the insight that we collect with respect to what was rightly said, what is working, what is not working. In data communications, we have actually now started making, not now, a couple of years hence, it's been a couple of years, we have actually started integrating that as part of writing the brief. Because when we know that this works, why would we not give the agency that information as part of the brief and get them to come with creatives and probably get it right the first time, right? So that is another untouched benefit or unknown or unheard of benefit of programmatic-led data, that is at the disposal of both the agencies and marketeers to further sharpen their messaging, make it more contextually relevant, and drive higher engagement and hopefully conversions.
Right, very true. I mean, not only analyzing the impression, clicks, and conversion data, looking at how creative has done, right? If it's a video creative, what has been the completion rates, what has been the engagement of the user on the creative, at which point is very important to learn and understand so that we can fine-tune our future creatives. Good, great point, Saugata, on that. So moving on, right, since we have all heard about the success stories, I would like you to share some key learnings, right, from your programmatic experience on the campaigns that you've run, and also would like to understand what you would like programmatic to solve for in brand storytelling futuristically. Should we start with you?
I'll take that up. So I think I can actually go on and on about the learnings that we have on a daily basis, but I'll keep it short in the interest of time. And 2-3 things that have been very crucial for us. One is data is the foundation, right? The richer the data, the better the quality of the data, the volume of the data that you feed into the machine, the better the outcomes. Because at the end of the day, it's all machine learning and AI at the back end, right? So you have to let the machine work its magic. And after once it does, it's all set for you guys, right? So one is data is the foundation. Second is on the creative part, which is creative matters a lot. While data and technology is at the back of it, it's very vital, but creative is very important. There are a lot of AI tools which helps you manage your creatives, automation. You get a lot of insights that you can drive out of that, and which is sometimes humanly impossible. You have to understand what kind of creative your audience is, and basis that marketeers today are now able to develop or devise a very robust strategy around that. And the last thing, the most important is also for the brands that you always have to test and learn. Programmatic actually thrives on continuous learning and experimentation. So marketeers should always keep a budget aside, maybe 5%, 7% for experimentation. It helps the machine learn. It helps you get better outcomes, and in the long run, it actually pays.
Fair. I mean, in this rapidly evolving world, right, experimentation is key, right? Testing out things, keeping budget aside for it is very important. Very good. What do you, Sagar?
So I would say the biggest success that I have seen, right, at a larger leadership level is programmatic has the power of communicating to the management that marketing is not a cost center anymore, right? Because marketing can actually impact businesses and business outcomes. It can actually keep the perception which shorten sales cycles, and can actually drive the message which positions the organization the way they want to be positioned. So that, I think, has been the biggest demonstrable that I have seen in the last 4.5 years that I have been working actively here. In terms of learnings, I completely agree with what Tushar said. Just because one strategy is for us doesn't mean that we stick to that and continue to not optimize it. The ecosystem is evolving every day, and therefore experimentation is key. So consciously we try and keep a certain part of the budget for experimentation. And the third learning that I have had, you will get inputs from quarters you never even thought of, right? So because of the holistic nature of advertising and marketing, the way it's shaping up, doesn't mean that if you discuss programmatic conversations or ideas with a tech-inclined person in your creative agency, and it has happened with us, we have got insights from them, right, which have helped us build and mount great campaigns. So those would be my few cents.
Great. So, Sachin, I would like to, of course, you have shared few key learnings already, right? If there are any...
Yeah, I'll touch upon two points over here. From not a creative-led POV, but a media-led POV of how do we reach out to the right audiences, if I may say. So, if I give you I'll talk about challenge as well and the success story. So, Nicotex is one of the flagship brands that Cipla Health has, and it is also one of the only brands rather, that we desperately want to kill. We want Indians to quit smoking, and Nicotex is not selling anymore. So what happens is the brand team comes to me, and it was for past year and a half after I joined, and they were like, we want to reach out to smokers online. And I'm like, how do you get that data? So we can do hyper-local targeting. I can reach out to places like bars and pubs, put up a time filter of 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. I can reach out to corporate parks and areas around that from 10 to 6 in the evening and so on. But that again is just like TV. I'm just sharpening it a bit through hyper-local targeting. the brand again came up with a question that I want to reach out to smokers who intend to quit smoking. That is my TG for Nicotex. That is the right, that is the sharpest TG that they can reach out to. So we had discussions with our agency, and one thing just clicked to us, that targeting is set right there. We never used it in the past few years, which is apography targeting. So there are multiple apps out there which help people to quit smoking. They have tutorials, they have videos, they have reminders, they have journals where you put that, okay, these many less cigarettes I smoked today, and this is the time when I quit, when I did not smoke this of the day, and so on. So if through apography targeting I can reach out to consumers who have those apps on their phone, and we were surprised that there are 5 million plus audiences that I can reach out to who have downloaded such apps on their phone. Indian smoker universe is around 3 to 3.5 CR, cigarette smokers. Overall smoking universe is 10 CR plus. So that itself helped me to reach to a specific set of audiences. Now, the brand managers understand the TV lingo pretty well. So if I say awareness to trial ratio, that is something that comes from a TV advertising background. So through this sort of a targeting on YouTube and OTT platforms, we were able to provide an awareness to trial ratio which is better than TV advertising to them, which helped the brand to move its monies from TV to digital. So a challenge was there, a solution was lying there, we could not observe it, we tried it out and it delivered. So this is one of a good success stories on Nicotex that we have. And on a second point that I would like to touch, so if you see digital video universe has been very fragmented. So the OTTs of the world don't talk to each other, they are walled gardens. YouTube doesn't talk to them. YouTube on its own is very big, all of them combined don't compete with YouTube. It is during the COVID times with the business distress, these guys, the OTT platforms, they agreed to share their inventory on DSPs, on programmatic. Through device ID, integration, we were able to unify the audiences on OTT. So that was a unified frequency on OTT that we were able to get. Now, DV360 also allows this. They have listed their inventory on DV360. So OTT platforms and YouTube put together, I today, say Facebook aside, I today have a digital video universe minus Facebook, which is comparable to TV video universe. So that is where programmatic has grown in the past 4 years, so to say. Of course, there are challenges in learning and there are multiple opportunities that we can hop upon. Just that we need to engage, the brand needs to engage more with the agencies. I don't see that there is as much engagement that is required for the brands to grow. The programmatic, as I said before, is not that much tapped into as much it can be.
Right. There's so many other layers to it as well, right? I mean, as you rightly mentioned, we have to keep our eyes open to figure out what's there exactly in the programmatic that we can leverage on.
My point is the agency has those answers. Brand is not coming up with questions. The engagement is not that high, is what I'm trying to pitch here.
Aditya, what about you?
I think from an India perspective, I think we've been, I would say, pretty nascent in our usage of programmatic. So I think any brand out there who's just starting off with programmatic or still kind of early days into programmatic journey, I can sort of call out 2 key challenges that we kind of grapple with. One is the way you measure it, right? I mean, if you're starting off in programmatic and you're just early days for you, you will not be used to, you cannot apply the same principles of measurement that you were used to applying to other channels for programmatic as well. I think it's a different world, it's required a different sort of a measurement framework. And I think that's something one needs to sort of learn and maybe adapt depending on the industry that they're kind of operating in. That's one big challenge that we are also grappling with, and I think any other brand who's just thinking of ramping up in programmatic would have to eventually encounter. And the second thing is obviously this new thing of the cookieless transition. As it is, I think, I was reading a survey, I think about 70% of the brands were surveyed and, brand was surveyed and 70% of them responded that they were not ready for the cookieless transition. And I think the remaining 30% who said they were, I think they were just sort of not admitting to it. And I think that's very, very much the fact, right? I mean, I don't think all of us have fully grasped the gravity of impact that will have in our lives, right? Especially for big brands, and who have like millions and millions of cookie data coming in. I think for them, the life post the sunset would be very different. And I think programmatic is different from any other channel from that regard. So and just the way you kind of prepare for that post-cookie world for your traditional channels, I think you need to sort of shore up your defenses for that as well. I think that's the two things that I think we are currently grappling with, and I think as a word out to all the fellow marketeers, I think that's something they should also watch out for.
Yeah, first party data is going to play a big role.
I just wanted to add to that point. So cookieless world will be there soon. It is being discussed and so on. But there's a lot of first-party data that brands are setting up on. In fact, there's a lot of cookie data that brands are setting up on which they're not using. Retargeting campaigns hardly the guy you must have also seen. But first-party data is the answer. You can, so even though the first-party data is as small as 15, 20,000 or as big as 1 million plus, effectively using the first-party data, even though it might not be a cookieless world, the advantages, the benefits that usage of first-party data will bring to the table, maybe stop using cookie data completely, basis that.
Right. So I think some great insights from all of you, right from data, audience, creatives, to first-party data and cookieless world. Thank you so much for sharing your success stories and insights. I think it has been a really insightful session for me and for the audience as well. I think be out there, and each panelist is available out there for any discussion that you want to have. We are up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, warm round of applause. And whilst as our leadership is on stage, I'd also like to call upon Jayan Basantani, the Vice President, India Business of Mob Avenue Media, to help us with the of appreciation presented to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome Jayant on the stage. And Jayant, we request you to do us the honor, of course, starting with Aditya out here. Aditya and Jayant in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, Jayant, you might have to pose a little bit. Yes. Thank you so much. I always like to make the uncomfortable moments on stage even more uncomfortable. No, jokes apart, just to kind of get them all together. And thank you so much, Sachin, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Such great exemplary leadership displayed on stage. Saugata, thank you so much for joining us on this platform and, of course, encouraging our third edition. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Mr. Saugata Bakshi. Of course, thank you, Tushar. Thank you for joining us. Let's give him a warm round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Badri. Thank you so much for curating this conversation. And may I request all of you to now just come together for a group photograph. We just like to capture this moment. Of course, Jayant, please stick around. We'd like you also in the frame. So, well, we've had a fantastic first half of the third edition. I think give yourselves a bigger round of applause for being such a great and eminent audience. And of course, thank you once again to all our panelists. With this, we feel it's time for us to fuel our energy with some great lunch waiting on the other side. We'd request you to please join us back at 2:30 Indian Standard Time. We request you to not make it Indian stretchable time. We'd urge you to please join us back in full numbers, and let's have a great event ahead. Thank you so much.
और ये साथ में बैल्कनी और उसके अपना प्लॉट शुरू होता है और यहाँ आगे ना हम अपना लॉन बनाएंगे। ये देखिए मैं अभी तो
आवाज आनी चाहिए। दूसरा टेस्ट,
इस मिट्टी पे घर बाबू सब घर
Check.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we urge you all to kindly settle down. For all the ones in the room, thank you all for joining us on time. For the ones outside in the pre-function area, may we urge all of you to kindly join us back as it is time for us to re-begin with our third edition. We'd urge all of you to join us back in full numbers. As on the other side, we've got a very interesting session lined up for you. We have a leader who's, of course, bringing in his wealth of experience, and trust me, it's a session you do not want to miss. May we urge everyone in the pre-function area to kindly join us back. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we urge all of you to kindly join us back in the room from the pre-function area as we'd urge your presence as we restart with the third edition of e4m Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2024. May we urge all of you to please join us, Max, so that we can have a timely restart to the event. So, well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we restart for the event, may I cue in the console for the internal audio-visual presentations to be played. Ladies and gentlemen, one final cue in for all of you in the pre-function area to kindly join us back as it's time for us to re-begin with our third edition of the Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2024. May we urge all of you to join us back in full numbers, and let's make it happen. And of course, a lot of great insights coming on the other side, a session you do not want to miss. We urge all of you to kindly join us back. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the third edition of the e4m Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2024. Well, we hope the first half of the day has given you brilliant insights which can only further your knowledge on the industry. Of course, a lot of you are experts in the field, but for all the ones who are attending, trust me, on the other side, this is just the beginning and there's a lot more to come. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed an honor to re-welcome each and every one of you. But let's take a moment to acknowledge our partners before we restart. Our Powered by Partners, more new, your growth partner. And Amazon Ads drive reach that matters. Amazon Ads has billions of shopping, streaming, and browsing signals to help connect your brand, the right customers at the right time in the brand safe placements. Our gold partners being Lemma, Omnichannel platform for emerging media, and PhonePe ads. And our technology partner being Hybrid, a full stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Let's have a look at what our partners are all about.
In today's environment, driving efficiencies is important to help advertisers achieve their marketing objectives. When choosing the right ad tech solutions to help plan, activate, and measure programmatic campaigns, advertisers are empowered to make better value-driven decisions. Amazon DSP is an omnichannel demand-side platform that enables all advertisers, agencies, and tool providers to achieve campaign objectives at global scale. With Amazon DSP, advertisers have access to unique audience signals across browsing, shopping, and streaming for qualified reach on exclusive owned and operated properties and premium third-party supply. And with our robust media planning and measured solutions, brands can build objective-driven plans and understand holistic performance across each step of the shopping journey. Our vision for the future to continue to accelerate AI-driven decision-making across the internet based on a wide range of signals to deliver the results advertisers expect from Amazon Ads. Reach out to your Amazon Ads account executive to learn more and get started.
Here's a game-changing deal for your brand. Introducing Deals by PhonePe Ads. To supercharge your brand script and take it to the next level. Everyone loves a great deal, and Bharat is on a hunt for the best deals right here. We understand that you want to build hype for new launches, leverage seasons, liquidate inventory, and leave your competition behind. And all this while getting the biggest bang for your buck. Big deal, right? PhonePe ads help you reach Bharat like no one else, because PhonePe truly understands digital Bharat. And with Deals by PhonePe ads, you can draw in more customers, create undeniable brand love, clear out stock in no time, boost your cash flow. How? Just create some exciting limited time offers and watch the right customers roll in. Bharat's brands are already winning with Deals by PhonePe ads, with up to 25x increase in ROAS among early adopters. So, you want to scale up your brand and real quick? Try out Deals by PhonePe ads. Let's seal the deal.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual marketing suite with a multi-format approach. Hybe. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation. Advertisers are facing really challenging times. Users are currently overloaded with the amount of information they are browsing that they simply don't see ads. Are you looking for effective ways to win users' attention? Let Vox help. Our platform is based on contextual targeting across various inventory, using AI-based stack of technologies, computer vision, Semantic 360, and SmartScore. AI helps to analyze mobile apps and recognize 15K plus types of objects in graphics, texts, and videos, making contextual targeting more efficient than ever. Vox offers a multi-format approach including in-image, rich media, custom mobile formats along with standard banners, video, and native ads. Predictive analytics approach behind format application maximizes powerful impact of ads and creates memorable experience. Relevancy, engagement, safety. Leverage the benefits of AI-driven contextual targeting and catch customers' attention. Vox, powered by AI, guided by humans. Hybrid is a full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And as we can see that we have replenished energy in the room, I'm assuming and owing it to the fact that you all had ample time to network and, of course, have lunch. But to get a little more energy in the room, I just request all of you, let's clap for one another. Let's bring in some applause. I do not want any, it almost seems like a sing-song. You guys are matching up with the rhythm, clapping, but we would urge all of you to continue with the applause because on the other side, we have some great leadership coming in. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, a big thank you to all our esteemed partners who've taken out their valuable support towards this edition. We'd now like to call upon for our next session, which is going to be on blending digitech with storytelling to create a forever bond. We're elated that we have with us joining would be the President Head Marketing of Ultratech Cement. Let's call upon none other than Mr. Ajay Dang. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, much more energy.
Thank you, sir. If you can have the deck, please. Sorry, just go back, if you may. First slide. You can go back, previous slide. Got it. I normally have to do this for most of my sessions because you are not the kind of people that we market our product to. Just a brief introduction because we'll share some of the examples out of the work that we've done. Broadly, Ultratech, how many would you have heard the name? Okay.
How many of you think we are a B2B company, B2C company? B2B, if you guys can raise hands. Okay. Assuming rest of you are saying B2C? Both? Okay. So what part would be B2C according to you? Yeah, but how large? 20% would be B2C. Okay. And what's the scale do you think we bring to the table? Say top line, etc. This is not an Ultratech presentation. The reason why I'm giving, it's a little context, right? That's all out of the examples. Any numbers? 5,000, 10,000, 4,000? Okay, we'll go to the numbers, so I'll not test your patience anymore. We are a 70% B2C company. We last year touched about 70,000 crores, about $8.5 billion. Bottom line, about $1.6 billion. We've grown at about, for the last 6-7 years, we've grown at about 16.5%. And nearly 65% of our volume is rural, right? The trade volume is rural. This is also a chart which gives me, I have spent a bulk of my career in FMCG, so it doesn't give me joy, but I think it just lends context. This is a Kantar chart, which the bottom, the green chart, the green area defines the GDP growth rate of India. And the black chart is the FMCG growth rate for the last 10 years. So barring the period when we were stocking our pantries for COVID, I think last 10 years, FMCG has kind of dragged itself below the GDP growth rate. Compared to that, we've grown nearly 2x that of the category, nearly 2.5 times the GDP growth rate, nearly 2x that of FMCG at that rate. Okay. Now, why do I give that long context? I hope by the end of the presentation you guys have something valuable from marketing, digital, storytelling, etc. So first I changed the title which was given to me by e4m. Instead of learning the rules of Digitech for storytelling, I put it storytelling and then learn the rules of Digitech, because that one talks about the priorities. This gentleman, who you'll recognize, he said one time, and very potently, and he believed it, that storytellers are the most powerful in the world. In fact, while we are talking about high tech and new technology and many of the phrases that you might throw at me, I might be familiar, but this is the oldest and the most durable technology in the world, storytelling. And I still distinctly remember the day he introduced the iPhone. His first statement was, I've waited 2.5 years for this day to unveil this stuff in front of you, right? Masterful storytelling. So I'll try and share a little bit of context. Some of those things might appear rather simple, but the reason why I put some of those rules or some of the learnings that we've had on storytelling, only because I think 9 times out of 10 they are violated more than truly understood, okay? Few first very, very quick principles, and we'll into details of it. First piece, while we are a group which is very dedicated to technology and the latest happenings in that domain, I think first piece, we've always got to remember that we are talking to human beings. And human beings have a certain software, they have certain pluses, minuses, and the storytelling has to deal with that. Things like, there is a limited attention span. There is stuff which they believe or they work on their context that is very, very important. Second, I think human beings, while machines talk and understand things in uniform terms. I think the meaning of being different is very different for human beings. And we'll talk a few examples today about that. Context is everything. And it also makes sense from a programmatic point of view that wherever you cannot define the context, you cannot define storytelling. You cannot be sure of what people have taken out. Our job as marketers and business people is not to deliver as postmen a message from point A to point B. It's what is registered in this most valuable real estate up there is what our job is. And if that doesn't happen, everything else is academic. Second, I think there has been B2B digital marketers have done a fabulous job by promoting a certain amount of FOMO among marketers. But I think they've, to an extent, some of these technologies have underdelivered. Partly, it's their fault. Partly, it's the selling story that they've given to us. But the most promised thing about targeting right, the most promised thing about narrow casting and going to a certain set of people, I think that's a piece which has been most violated by some of these digital technologies. And we've found our way, we've worked our way around, or we've tricked our way around in terms of how to do targeting. And we've defined being useful, we target, and we'll take those examples more. And oftentimes, I think, because we don't keep the large picture in mind, you often have to worry as to whose problem are you solving. Are you solving the company's problem, your own self, right? Most times we are projecting our problem. The other times, now we've increasingly started, because of FOMO of these digital technologies, we've started solving the digital ecosystem problems, right? So we are not bothered about what is the story that we want to tell to our audience, but it has to be thumb stopping, 3 second, 5 second, it has to obey along all those rules. So you have to wonder as to whose problem are you solving. Are you solving the company's problem? Are you solving the digital ecosystem's problem? Or are you solving the consumer's problem? Because that's the person who finally pays all our salaries, right? Second, I think another golden rule about storytelling, it's not good enough to just tell facts. And facts essentially are the least persuasive. Our job largely is persuasion. Our job is not passing on a message, or registering a message and delivering a message at a certain level. Our job is persuasion and creating memory structures which a non-consumer or a consumer might at some point of time, when the need arises, think of us and we be the 3 a.m. friend for that person when our category is in need. And we are there to solve the jobs to be done. Second, I think we love being complicated, right? Till the time, I think it's just, marketing actually is a fairly serious, very simple job. Actually, it's not too complicated. And maybe it's my perception because I come from up north, the state of Punjab, where I think people are relatively simple, right? So maybe it's me, but I think we love to overcomplicate our job, give ourselves the due importance that we so want from our peers and from our careers, right? Somebody told me a very interesting definition of strategy, right? They said strategy is what not to do, right? If you are going to throw 10 balls at me, the chance of me catching all those 10 balls is very, very low. Even more, the chance of me catching the right ball that you want me to catch is even lower. Therefore, rather than depend upon chance, I think in communication and storytelling, you've got to be sharp. You've got to decide what you don't want to do rather than what you want to do, right? Because we are talking to human beings, there is a huge piece of how memory is built and how to be consistent, how to be recognized as a brand in that short span period of time So building those distinctive assets and being consistent with them, being the one piece that you want to stand for in the most expensive real estate, which is the consumer's mind, I think you've got to be consistent. I'm sure since morning and I think post this session also, you guys will talk a lot about efficiency. I think that should be the last 5% of the time that you should spend. It's always effectiveness before efficiency. Most times we are so busy chasing efficiency, we miss the trick. In fact, there's a great old story during British Raj. They wanted to drive out snakes, and they put a bounty on people who will catch snakes in the old city in Delhi. The result of that was there was a huge explosion of snakes in the Delhi capital, because people, to get the bounty, kept getting snakes from all over the place, and maybe Haryana and Punjab got devoid of snakes. The same seems to be the story as far as media and advertising. Are we in the business of persuasion? Are we in the media business? Are we in the advertising business? I think those are questions that you need to think really hard on to yourself. And this is a gentleman who was the father of advertising, who put the copy guy and the art guy for the first time together, and responsible for some of the most iconic advertising in the world in the 50s. And he talked about, if all the stuff that you've done, all the strategy, all the technology that you've put together, and all the features and things that you've got to put together, and if nobody notices you, everything else is academic. All these are consequences of the first statement that we talked about, that remember, we are not talking to machines, we are talking to human beings. And we have a limited bandwidth, we have a limited attention, we have a limited gestalt. I must admit that digital advertisers have been fabulous B2B marketers. And they've gotten us into FOMO, and and I own a pet, so I'm giving this analogy. I think each time they throw a term every 3 to 4 years, and we go on our bellies for somebody to rub our bellies on, and the latest term earlier was metaverse, now it is AI, and so on and so forth, right? So you've got to stay with stuff that is consistent rather than that changes. And the stuff that is consistent is, again, going back to the thing, you are always talking to human beings who've not changed for 5,000 years and who are not going to change another 2,000 years. Understand the task. Is your task message delivery? Is your task persuasion? Is your task category creation? What's your task? And be laser focused on that task. You would have a lot of distractions because of the pipes that are there on the way for you to change focus from the task. But remember what we said about strategy. Strategy is what not to do. So be very clear what you want to do and what not to do. Second, sometimes it might appear that I think immediately after lunch they've put somebody to berate the new technologies. I'm not after that. I think you've got to, no medicine is good or bad. No tool is good or bad. You've got to find out what ails you. If you have a stomach ache and if you are taking a headache medicine, won't result. So you've got to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the tool. A knife's work is done by a knife's work and a fork's work is done by a fork's work. Till the time you understand the weaknesses of the medium that you're talking about, you're oftentimes likely to go awry. Digital is a tremendously poor attention-giving medium, right? But it also has some superpower which we didn't have as business people on our disposal earlier. Right? We talk about mental availability. Suddenly, a lot of this advertising that we are putting on forth is also bringing along physical availability, right? Things that we had never thought about, right? The other piece to remember is tech develops far faster than we understand how to use it. And therefore, be very vigilant about how other people are using tech. You don't learn only by your own mistakes, you learn by how other people have done work, right? And the first piece that somebody used out of the Gutenberg press, they printed the Bible. They didn't know how knowledge transfer, that press would transform knowledge transfer. The first thing that electricity did, they tried to replace horses, right? Today, you have multiple uses which have nothing to do with horses, but you immediately can't think of use of technology. Second, digital can do a lot more than advertising. It's the superpower, but some parts on advertising it does poorly. So you've got to understand the weaknesses and strengths. Last, like I said, you can add to the path to purchase the physical availability through digital, right? Something that wasn't ever possible. This is the global piece on the media. A large part of this media landscape is governed by programmatic today, by machines today. Stuff that we don't understand and we are too scared to ask each other. We don't ask stuff because we appear foolish, right? Fortunately, or unfortunately, I continue to defy that piece from my own perspective. I keep asking stupid questions in meetings and people stare at me. Oftentimes my team is embarrassed of me, but that's all right. Somebody's got to do the dirty work. If I take you to, this is a recent study done by ANA, Association of National Advertisers. They took a large 21 programmatic advertisers and took off the $1,000 that was being spent, how much is reaching the consumer. About 71% was reaching the seller, and because of the other leakage, only about 36% was reaching the consumer. If I said that about the water coming to your home, that is the amount of leakage, I think you'd fire the plumber. Yeah? So you've got to be really, and because we don't completely understand it, we don't get into the nitty-gritties of it, the margins are there because there is a mystery, because we really, really don't understand the beast that we are dealing with. Yeah? Okay. So marketing broadly is about listening and storytelling. But for storytelling, one of the first rules and most important rules is listening. If you don't have something interesting to say, insightful to say, useful to say to your consumers, whatever storytelling that you're going to be doing is going to be a waste. And listening is not such an easy ask. Most times our profession is not, if you may, we are all people, we don't listen very well, especially to our consumers. This is one stat of all advertising that we do. They say 4% is remembered positively, 7% is remembered negatively, which is not such a bad story. The first story is nearly 89%, 90% of it is not remembered at all. That's the crime. And the reasons are we don't ask the right questions. So far, we had a problem that we are such type A people, we love brands. We are so much in love with our products and categories and what we are selling because it pays our salary, we forget that consumers don't care. They have a mother-in-law, they have crying kids, they have a bad boss, they have loads of problems and you don't fit in any one of them. So being relevant, so putting together in the consumer's life how your category plays the context role, that's what storytelling is all about. Storytelling is not about the product's features, etc. It's about the consumer's life and what role do we play in it. If you ask people here, we all define our jobs in many of these terms, right? Content creation, heuristics, algorithms, big data, etc., etc. But what we don't understand fundamentally, and I'd love for e4m to have a conference like that, how do people work? How do we absorb information? How do we absorb advertising? That's the most important piece for us to understand. Still, the best search engine is the human mind. Because till the time you think about it, you're not going to type stuff. You might have prompt engineers, but something needs to be prompted, right? And that comes out of the human brain. I'll just flip a few things, sorry. What's the market share of X in this chart? Easy enough question. Lunch was not so good. Anybody? Smart people in the room? Sorry? 14%. For a machine, it is 14%. For a human being, it is 50%. Because we think in categories. That's the difference. We always think very, very logically. Right? That's the power of being different. In our category, on cement, time's up, so I'll just, yeah. In our category, I'll just give very brief examples where everybody was busy putting wrecking balls to show how strong their cement is. We tried to be different. We tried to listen to the consumers and try to be insightful. Because we understood, despite what the consumers were saying, that they were building homes for their kids and for financial security and for that they can't put a nail into the wall, what we understood the real reason that they were not confessing on to was they're building a home at 35 years old to prove their competence to the world around. Because most of the people that we deal with are not people like us. 80% of India doesn't have a regular salary. They don't have a designation. They don't have a degree. And therefore, what stands for their competence and identity is the big structure that they built together, right? That nobody would want to confess to you. But you've got to listen really, really carefully. And despite the fact that we were being very different versus the category, in fact, that's the bonus that we were being different versus the category. And that's why you saw we grew that much. I'll see most of this. Because we are talking digital, I'll just talk about, we talked about instead of using digital from a targeting point of view, we said we'll not use digital from advertising point of view. It's a use case that we will do because in a 35-year-old is what the average age is of somebody building the home. That person has, pardon my French, diddly shit idea about how to build some complicated project. And the cost of going wrong is almost like getting your father's heart operated or getting married. If the cost is so high, stakes are so high, it's about your identity and your competence, and the process is irreversible, and they don't know what to do, instead of selling cement, we should help him solve a problem in his life, which earlier we weren't able to do that. So simple stuff, storytelling, irreversible things that they couldn't go wrong about. That simple stuff has touched that simple stuff on digital from a cement brand has touched about 450 million in the last 2 years. That has also taken in a category our brand equity to nearly 50% higher. It's taken up, we earn more premium than Hindustan Lever earns on their soaps. And that too versus the premium brands, rest of the premium brands within the category. We've done the rope trick of not only increasing market share, but also increasing premium. So I think simple lessons, and we've made the stuff that we were talking about so boring that's only useful for not everybody else, but is only useful for people who are building their home, which is a great targeting, reverse psychology with our consumers, right? So it's done the trick for us. This, if I can leave you with some financial gains for your own self, this is a chart for the last 5 years, how Ultratech, if you invested $100 into Ultratech, you today, or at least a few days back, you would have $250. If you invested on the Sensex, you would have 206. If you invested on Hindustan Unilever, you'd have 150. If you invested on some of our friends, you would have 160. And if you invested in ITC, about 160, right? So, secret within the room is our product tremendously better? Maybe, maybe not. Our storytelling has been really sharp. And we've been laser focused on not the pipes or not the mediums, but what we want to do and how we can solve the consumer's problem. Yeah, thanks. I'll leave you for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anchor. We just request you to please join us on the center of the stage, as I'd like to have the opportunity of calling upon the West Head Sales Hybrid, Lawrence Suchita, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to our leader. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for both our leaders who have joined us on stage. Mr. Dang, always a hearty hearing to your session and a lot of great insights. Ladies and gentlemen, this token of appreciation is brought to you by Mob Avenue, and it's all happening at the third edition of the e4m Real-Time Programmatic Advertising Conference 2024. If you enjoy their conversation, let's continue with a clap for none other than Mr. Ajay Dang, who's been kind enough to share his expertise on stage. And thank you so much, Mr. Dang, for joining us, and thank you, Lawrence, for sharing the stage with Mr. Dang. Well, now it is a very interesting and a much awaited session. I'd request you to hold your seats, as this session is going to tell you about India's rising AI-powered programmatic growth platform. To know more, first up, let me have the honor of inviting Mr. Jayan Basantani, Vice President, India Business, Mob Avenue Media, to please join us. Let's give it up for none other than Mr. Jayant.
The presentation is shared. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jayan, and I lead India business for Mob Avenue. Thank you so much, e4m, to be giving us the opportunity to be standing here and presenting to you the hard work of so many people at Mob Avenue, which we have been doing since last couple of years on launching certain products which will help in their growth journey of the marketeers. So, a short brief about Mob Avenue. We started in 2017 when there were only 4 people in the organization. Currently, there are 150 plus team members across 10 plus countries in India. We are serving almost around 100 plus customers across different funnels of journey, whether it is from a user acquisition to retargeting to a lot of other things. At the same time, as I have been there in the industry for close to around 12 plus years, I would have interacted with almost more than 500 plus brands. And there are a lot of problems which they face in their daily life. There are a lot of problems which they face, but I want to highlight only 3 problems which every marketer faces. The first problem is one of the biggest problems of marketer. They are not sure where the campaigns are running, whether they are being reached to the right set of audiences. Second is scalability. In India, the pace right now is so fast that every brand wants to reach out to the audiences and to have a massive scale, and they don't have time for it. Third is the full funnel solution. There are so many companies out there, and why we are different. There are so many companies out there where they are solving one or the other problem. it can be a problem of awareness, it can be a problem of user acquisition, or it can be a problem of retargeting. But I am proud to announce India's rising AI-powered programmatic growth platform called Surge, where, yeah, please, you can have a round of applause. I think it's my only team which is doing, but everybody had a great lunch. So a big round of applause, because I take very proud in announcing Surge. Why? Because Surge is something which caters to all the funnels, whether it is from top of the funnel to middle of the funnel to bottom of the funnel. Let me talk about SurgeX. SurgeX will help identify the right set of users as well as to reach the right set of users at the right time and help you acquire that user in a cost effective as well as at the same time maintaining your KPIs. Second, ResearchX, there are a lot of marketeers which have acquired a lot of users, but the users are not doing any activity. They are not engaging, they are not targeting. It's a waste of penny and marketing dollars for the marketeer. So ResearchX helps in activating those users as well as retargeting those users and bringing back to funnel. So it's a unified platform which covers from an awareness to user acquisition as well as remarketing and activation of those users that are into your ecosystem. SurgeX DXP helps you to reach out to the right sort of audience at the right time and help you to reach audiences which will help you to get the marketing dollar spent in a very effective way. As well as at the same time, ResearchX will help you to activate those users and spent money came back into the ecosystem. So let me invite Parth on stage because he's the subject matter expert for SurgeX. Let him do the talking. Parth, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jayant. Hi, everybody. I'm Parth, presenting to you SurgeX, a one-stop solution to all of your programmatic and user acquisition needs. Now, what SurgeX DSP does is basically it identifies using real-time data and user behavior the intent of the users. It reaches out to those users using our in-house proprietary bidder logics at the right price, and finally serve an impression to those users using our dynamic creative strategies that not only brings high quality users but also high value users to our customers. It took us quite a while to reach or read the market. When we talk about product market fit, we are extremely proud to state that SurgeX DSP has been completely made from scratch with more than 27 advanced machine learning and AI. SurgeX processes more than 2 million ad auctions per second, which enables us to target audiences with 98% accuracy. It also enables us to forecast user demographics like age and gender. ML models enable us to predict impression values using user interactions and how the user behave when showed an ad. We would love to let the numbers do the talking. When we talk about SurgeX DSP, it processes more than 800 billion ad requests monthly. Almost 2 billion devices reached monthly with more than 30 billion impressions served monthly. And all this in a response time of less than 4 milliseconds. This makes us one of the fastest independent performance DSPs in the world. Currently, SurgeX DSP is present in more than 50 countries with 150 plus direct customers across all industries and categories. This is how the seamless dashboard looks like. Extremely crisp, neat, simple, yet granular. Thank you so much, guys. I'd love to call Dev on stage to take this ahead.
That was a really great walkthrough of what SurgeX is. So, hi guys, I'm Dev. I'm here to introduce to you all ResearchX. As you have already had a walkthrough of what SurgeX is, ResearchX, the word itself says it all. To the ones who have question marks on their heads, what it is, I'm here to take you and get a deeper dive into it. It is a one-stop solution for all your retargeting and re-engagement solutions. How does it work? Let's imagine that you are a brand. You're trying to acquire users. Once you have acquired, that user is not buying anything, purchasing anything, or maybe not adding to your revenue. It's quite a bummer to all, right? So here's a solution that is built from scratch. That is ResearchX. What it exactly does is, it activates your new users, prompting them to take initiate actions after it has installed, making them do purchases and active in your app. Next is retarget your active users, making your recurring revenue. It re-engages your dormant or inactive users in the app by more targeted ads. We have a goal. That is, when you think programmatic, you think surge. We are proud to say that we are one of the world's largest independent DSP and growth platform in India. There's reasons why. We are the fastest DSP of having less than 4 milliseconds of response time, ensuring minimal latency. We have managed services and daily supports, which increases your growing reach. It has a unified product of having from awareness till retention. It has proprietary audiences, which from first user data and combines third-party data and gives you almost more than 200 cohorted audiences, which can be used for your highly targeted campaigns. Last but not the least, the best part, it is the transparent reporting. And let me tell you, it's not just transparent, but also customizable reporting as per the needs of client. We understand that reporting is needed not just to gain the trust of the client, but also to give them actionable insights. Moving on forward, here's the dashboard of how ResearchX looks like. On the left-hand side, you can see all the targeting setups with the demographics options and also the ability to target multiple audiences at a time. On the right-hand side, you can see reporting overview, where you can see all the metrics at a single place of all the campaigns situated in a campaign. I would like to call Jen back on the stage and take this forward.
Thank you so much, Dev and Parth, for taking us through SurgeX and ResearchX. These products were launched almost a year back, where we have tested and tried these products across different categories, as well as almost 50 plus advertisers have used this product and they are pretty happy with it. These are few of the testimonials of the clients who have used either from an awareness point of view, or from a user acquisition point of view, or from a remarketing point of view. Last but not the least, in the interest of time, I would like to say, if everybody and anybody is thinking about programmatic, switch to search. I would also like to have a AV which will be presented, where we can showcase about SurgeX and ResearchX. Happy to have any questions. Feel free to connect with us during and after the event. And all the best to all the participants who will be getting awards after this. Thank you so much. Video. Yeah, video. I would like to invite Parth and Dev again to the stage, because I think these are the players who have built SurgeX and ResearchX.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they deserve a bigger round of applause when we have got such great leadership on stage. Firstly, heartiest congratulations, Dev, Parth, and Jayan. Thank you for joining us. And of course, I believe we are waiting for the Q&A for a video. We do not want to hold the audience, but we are trying to create that moment. And let's see if we can get that displayed on the stage. But we hope that the team, Mob Avenue, after introducing India's rising AI-powered programmatic growth platform, is only going to give you an impetus in the growth of your business. So let's have a look shortly on screen, and it is now time for your kind attention towards it. So, well, for that, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And may I urge our leaders to now join us on the center of the stage. Let's give you a little more limelight, but together in the group. I think, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause for being so kind with their time. And of course, we're trying to get them in a frame and get that hashtag E4M real-time moment right there. Of course, the leaders are happy on stage, but we'd also like to now invite Shivalika Anand, AVP Sales, Lemma, to please join us and help us in the token of appreciation to be given out to our leaders. So leaders, we just request you to please stay with us on stage. We'd like to give a token of appreciation brought to you by Mob Avenue. So ladies and gentlemen, we just urge our leaders to be with us on stage, and of course, Shivalika, do us the honor of giving it to all our immense